the word Baba is a taboo. The moment anybody says Baba, it means to chor che, lutera che, it's a fraud. And I was very closed like this, but apart from Zoroastrianism or Zarathustra or Ahura Mazda, Baki Bada Addar, they are all humble. That was the beginning. And my prayer to my Ahura Mazda would only be this same thing repeating over the years. Do you really exist? And whatever we are praying, we are talking to, does it reach you or is it just evaporating in thin air? If you really exist, how do I see you? How do I meet you? How do I recognize you? But this is the photograph. Can you see? Yeah. So this was the photo, a bit frame, So I asked him, who's this? Because it was very attractive. So I asked, who is it? So he says, it is Meher Baba. The moment again I heard Baba, I said, tu Parsi the nahi yaar, tu Baba na chakkar mein kya pares ke? You are a Parsi, why you want to get involved in all these Babas? They are all frauds and things like that, Ye tu bolta hai ke tu khuda hai. You are claiming yourself to be God. If you are really God, help me now. That is what he says. And what he sees is that the ceiling of the operation theater, it just comes apart and he sees a very strong beam of light, like sunlight beam, And in that light, a figure comes down. That is Meher Baba. And he creates contradictions and he loves contradictions and he does his inner spiritual work through contradictions. You see, so your intellect has no value. Like Baba says, intellect is not destined to enter the bedroom of the beloved. You have to drop it, and then go with your heart, with total faith and love. I had two choices open to me. Number one, he is a perfect manipulator, a perfect fraud, or he is what he claims to be, God in human form, the avatar of the age, the highest of the high, the same as Zarathustra, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus and Muhammad, and now Meher Baba. These are the two sides open to me. I have to make a choice. I continued going into the Agyari, but now my question was different. Okay, this chap, this one called Meher Baba claims that he is the same as you. Now you have to prove to me, you have to tell me, guide me intuitively whether it is or it is not. And then I put poor Meher Baba to many tests, when we start, many tests, I used to say, Baba, you are saying love God. अरे भाई God को देखा ही नहीं तो किधर love करेगा? How to love? How do I love him? So he has given points how to love God. Those paths are there. There is no doubt about it. They are very good. They will take you to a very high level. But at the end of the journey, it is only dedication to a guru, a living guru, living perfect master, not just a guru. Because a guru can be on the second plane, third plane, fourth plane, whatever. He may be a Satpurush, he may be a Mahapurush, he may be a Kuber, he may be a Sant, he may be a Mahatma, he may be a Swami. But they cannot reach you there because they have themselves not reached. They can take you only up to that level. So only a perfect master or a Kutub or a Sadguru can. Avatar is the eternal living perfect master. If we are in a space where we are so sure nothing ever happens to me unless Baba allows it to happen. I would look at it that way. And if Baba is allowing it to happen, then it must be for my own good.
Very true.
So once we are in that framework, that anything that is happening to us is because of His will, and I am happy in His will rather than be happy in my will. And many people in the earlier days would say, Baba, people shy away from you when you say I am God because it is like an ego statement. It is very egoistic. You may be God, but why do you want to proclaim that I am God? People are running away. Baba says at that time, I'm talking about the 1920s, just as it is blasphemous for a person to claim I am God when he does not have the experience of Godhood, It would be blasphemous for me to say I am not God when I am God. In his samadhi, you people have attended the samadhi scene, and on the marble slab of the tomb, it is written, I have come not to teach but to awaken. And it was not that I was searching for God. वो कभी ऐसा नहीं था, oh I'm missing something, what is this? वो तो भेजे में नहीं था. So but when I went to the samadhi, I felt, oh, this is where God is. And every day is like, you can feel Baba's presence every moment. There are challenges, and it looks like daunting, but then somehow suddenly, like, you put it behind you. So it is wonderful. It's but like every moment you can only thank Baba. So I'm in that space, very happy, joyous space.
We warmly welcome Mrs. Soumya and Mr. Cyrus Khambata, a couple whose lives reflect love and companionship under the guidance of the Avatar Meher Baba. Mr. Khambata comes from a Zoroastrian priest family in Mumbai, and by profession, he was an international banker. As a young man in 1968, he accepted Meher Baba as his master and has since devoted his life to Baba's work through talks about Baba, counseling based on Baba's words, and services at the Avatar Meher Baba Bombay Center. Soumyaji hails from a Hindu Keralite family. She is a science graduate with an MBA in marketing. She joined the banking sector where she met with Cyrus ji, who introduced her to Avatar Meher Baba. Since their marriage, the couple are engaged in Baba's activities, involved in reading and explaining Baba's words across India and abroad. Since 2023, they have moved to Meherabad, volunteering their services in Baba's cause. It is Soul Satsang team's absolute honor to welcome our very special guests, Mr. and Mrs. Khambata, and our host, Nobody Benevola Rane, also known as Hitendra Ranaji. Please take over the stage, Hitendra ji.
Thank you, Krishna. Jai Baba, soulful namaste to all Baba lovers and all seekers who wants to know today and tomorrow about the life journey of Meher Baba, how an avatar who descended on this earth to enlighten all of us. Who could be a better medium to teach us or to share with their experience who Meher Baba is living today in the form of consciousness. So there are many things that we are going to learn in these 2 days. Without losing any time, let us welcome today's guest, Cyrus and Soumya Khambata. Welcome, Cyrus ji.
Jai Baba, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with a prayer. Nothing is real but God. Nothing matters but love for God. God is the only reality. All else that seems real is illusory. God and I are one. Meher Baba. Avatar Meher Baba ki jai.
Jai.
At the outset, I would like to thank beloved Avatar Meher Baba to give us this opportunity to share his love, to share his message of love, truth, selfless service,
and unity of all life amongst humanity. I would also like to thank Baba Shiv Krupar Anand Swamiji, who is heading the entire team of Soul Satsang. Special thanks to Itendra ji for extending this invitation to us to share. It's not to teach, but basically to share whatever little that we know of Meher Baba. Now, before I start, I would like to also say, and Baba wants us to say, that if I am repeating Baba's message, and if I am giving meaning to it, interpreting it, let it be known that it is my own personal interpretation. In other words, somebody can interpret it in a different manner. I would also like to clarify that all words, whether spoken or whether read on this program, the words of Meher Baba are the copyright of Avatar Meher Baba Perpetual Public Charitable Trust, Ahilyanagar in Maharashtra, India. I'm sure we have used a lot of photographs over here, and the copyrights of those photographs lie with hundreds of different people. So we are here to thank them for allowing us to use their photographs, and let it be known that this is basically and only for disseminating Baba's message and not for any kind of a profitable use. So the main aim, as I said, of this particular program is to go as deeply as possible in Baba's life, different facets of Baba's life, and howsoever deep we may go. My experience and my understanding, limited understanding, is that from the ocean that Meher Baba is, we will only be able to pick up maybe a mug load of whatever his teachings and love stand for. So with these words, once again, I thank Soul Satsang team for inviting us, and we invite Meher Baba into this program and request him, beseech him to take over. Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba. So we can start with the Master's Universal Prayer with
Yes.
Soumya ji. Soumya ji,
Jai
I
Baba.
welcome you for the prayer.
Thank you. Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
O Parvardigar, the preserver and protector of all, you are without beginning and without end, non-dual, beyond comparison, and none can measure you. You are without color, without expression, without form, and without attributes. You are unlimited and unfathomable, beyond imagination and conception, eternal and imperishable. You are indivisible, and none can see you but with eyes divine. You always were, you always are, and you always will be. You are everywhere, you are in everything, and you are also beyond everywhere and beyond everything. You are in the firmament and in the depths. You are manifest and unmanifest on all planes and beyond all planes. You are in the three worlds and also beyond the three worlds. You are imperceptible and independent. You are the creator, the Lord of Lords, the knower of all minds and hearts. You are omnipotent and omnipresent. You are knowledge infinite, power infinite, and bliss infinite. You are the ocean of knowledge, all knowing, infinitely knowing, the knower of the past, the present, and the future, and you are knowledge itself. You are all merciful and eternally benevolent. You are the soul of souls, the one with infinite attributes. You are the Trinity of truth, knowledge, and bliss. You are the source of truth, the ocean of love. You are the ancient one, the highest of the high. You are Prabhu and Parmeshwar. You are the beyond God and the beyond God also. You are Parabrahma, Allah, Ilahi, Yazdan, Ahura Mazda, and God the Beloved. You are named Izzat, the only one worthy of worship.
Jai Baba. Very beautiful prayer. Now, I would like to start the interview with formal questions to know more first about our guest and then about Meher Baba. So, Soumya ji, may I start with you? Because
Yes.
you started with such a beautiful prayer. I want to know more about you and introduce you to our audience. Please tell us about your childhood family and how you came to know about Meher Baba.
Jai Baba, thank you for this opportunity to present Baba. And I hail from a Keralite Hindu family. Our family was my parents, my father, my mother, and I was the eldest. And I had a brother. The three of them are with Baba now. I got to know of Baba through Cyrus when we were working together, and he introduced me to Meher Baba. He introduced me with a book called Much Silence by Tom and Dorothy Hopkinson. And then he also told me that there was a center. I was working in Mumbai at that time. We were residents of Mumbai at that time. So he told me about the Baba Center in Mumbai, Lamington Road. And after that, he also told me that his family was going to Mehrabad. And he told me that they are going to Mehrabad. So if I would be interested in joining. So my brother and me, we made the trip with the family. I entered the Samadhi and I felt this is it. This is God is here. But because earlier, I used to follow lots of rites and rituals, which my parents were not part of, I just picked up. I would do anything like any fast, Ekadashi. Even my very close friend is a Muslim, so I used to keep even the roza.
Wow.
And but without asking, I had no wish list at all at that time. And every Tuesday, I used to go to Prabhadevi, come rain or shine. I would never miss a Tuesday with
Siddhivinaya.
Ganpati Bappa. So that was the level of, my involvement with rites, rituals, ceremonies, anything. Like I used to do Sahasranamam for, if Gokulashtami was a big thing for me,
Wow.
and but my parents would wonder where she got this from. Then Baba entered my life, and I don't know, slowly there was that, unbeknown to me, he took over my life. I was not at all conscious that, Baba is taking charge of my life. And suddenly, like, my parents, my friends would wonder what happened. There were so many things that I had stopped doing. There were so many things I'd adopted. They had seen some subtle changes. And that's when I realized that Baba has taken charge of me. And I was so happy that certain likes and dislikes were there, which was center stage, Especially, I'm very forthright. So I think he has tapered me. So all those valuable values he has inculcated without my knowing. So that's how Baba entered my life. And I'm thankful to Baba and thankful to Cyrus for giving me that gift. Jai
Very
Baba.
beautiful story.
That's
Very beautiful story.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear that your brother, mom, and dad are not there, but at least their love and their blessings are
Yes.
with you simply because
Yes.
on the spiritual path that you are. I think Baba's grace, I can see it
Oh,
since I
yes.
know I speak to you. One of the thing I realized that there are four type of people in this world, especially those who are watching this program. People like you were before. They are very open hearted, open minded, and they are flexible. They are seekers. They are curious to know what life is and what I can get out of this religion or that practice or that fasting. And they don't have restrictions. Some have restrictions, but people like you were open to learn, and that becomes the fertile land for the spiritual seeds to be planted. That is how I see that, how Baba came in your life through Cyrus ji as a friend, and then after visiting the samadhi, that is the final connection. That is the
Ultimate
point where you got connected, and then you
connected.
said that how you uh, keep on getting and learning and getting involved with Baba's things you did not even realize. That is
Mhm.
the story of many who love Baba. That is the story of many who wants to be with Baba. And today, I can say that on the next level is those people who know Baba and who live Baba and who love Baba. That is what you both are. We are going to
Thank
learn more from Cyrus ji now. Thank you very much, Soumya ji,
thank
for
you.
sharing this. So,
Thank you.
Cyrus ji, I know you have very, very interesting story, and I want you to use your native Gujarati also in between whenever you feel like comfortable to share your
Sure, sure,
authentic
sure.
words. I want to know more about your personal and professional life and religious belief before you heard about Meher Baba.
All right. Now, before I start that, I would like to add a little bit on the Master's Prayer or the Universal Prayer.
Please, please.
This was given by Baba through the Alphabet Board in 1953. And Baba gave a lot of importance to this prayer. There was a time when Baba could not stand comfortably, and a period where Baba would want this prayer to be recited on a daily basis. And there were one or two mandli would mean Baba's close disciples living with him. They would hold him by the hand. And Erach, one of another Baba's very close disciple, he was asked to recite the prayer. And Baba would, I think it's not, and Baba would snap the finger like this and ask Erach to speed up the prayer because Baba cannot stand because of his inability. So he would just click that way. And Erach would go so fast, oh, Parvatika, like that. And all of a sudden, he started laughing. And Baba said, after the prayer was over, Baba said, why do you laugh? And Erach said, Baba, what is the sense in prayers if I am just going so fast? I feel as if I am standing on a railway platform and the train is just gushing past. It has no meaning. It doesn't make any sense because there's no heart in it. I can't even think about what I'm saying. That is where Baba said, you have no idea. You have no idea. It is not how you say the prayer, how fast or how slow you say the prayer. The most important thing is my participation in the prayer. I am
Wow.
participating in this prayer. I am infusing so much of my energy into this prayer, and whosoever prays this prayer will be greatly benefited spiritually. So, that is the importance of this prayer. Another story that comes to my mind is Baba always liked us to be very natural, no hypocrisy and no dhong, ekdam natural તમને રહેવાનું એ પ્રમાણે.
No
So
compulsion,
what had
no
happened
compulsion.
once, I suppose it was the East-West gathering,
Mhm.
where one of Baba's very again close disciple by the name Dr. Harry Kenmore. He was a chiropractor and he helped Baba a lot after the automobile accident, which we'll come to later on in chiropractic. And he has a very bombarding voice, you know. So whenever he's asked to say the English prayer, he would say, "Oh, Parvatikar, the preserver and protector of all, you are without beginning." And he would go on like this. There was another gentleman by the name Dr. Hoshang Bharucha. He
Mhm.
was from Navsari. He was a very, very devoted Baba follower.
I come
So
from
after the
Navsari
prayer
too, by
got
the
over,
way.
Ajit, I know, that's why મેં કહ્યું કે નવસારીને તમારા ગામના જેવો. So he told Dr. Kenmore, both are doctors, Dr. Kenmore, are you saying the prayer or are you fighting with Baba? તમે fight કરો છો કે શું કરો છો? You know, એ પ્રમાણે. So next time when Dr. Kenmore was asked to recite the prayer, he spoke very, very softly. Oh, Parvardikar, the preserver and protector of all, you are without beginning. Baba looks at him. He's sitting on the chair and the Harry Kenmore is standing. He looks at him and he said, Tari tabiyat to barabar che ne? Are you okay? Is everything okay with you? So he said, Baba, there are some people here whose audio canals are being disturbed when I'm saying the prayer in my own way. Immediately, Baba snapped and said, I want you to be natural. This is your natural style of praying to me, and it reaches me. Now, if you try to be unnatural and if you want to please somebody else, then you are not pleasing me. So I tell you that you be natural and you say it the way you are saying always. So I just wanted to add these tidbits to this prayer, which is the universal prayer or the master's prayer. Now, coming back to your question about my life and how I came to Baba and all that. All right. I come from a very mediocre Parsi family and living in a house which is given by the Parsi Panchayat. And I attended a very small school. The school has a very big name, but the school was very small. The school's name is Lady Engineer Parsi Amelioration Nursery and High School. So that's a big name, but the school was very small. Very few students. And at one time, I remember in the entire school, there were about 40 or 45 students. So that was the smallest, very, very small school, only for Parsis and very cheap. So in second standard, you pay 2 rupees a month. In third standard, you pay 3 rupees a month, like that, you know. And we had a session called Dharma Gyan. That means knowledge about religion. And it was a Parsi school, so obviously one priest would come and teach us, and the teaching would hover around that there is only one God, and that God is Ahura Mazda, and he had sent only one prophet, and that is Zarathustra, and ours is the highest religion, that after people get born into so many other religions, they finally become Parsis, and then they don't come back. So that was the mindset in which I was brought up in the school. It was only Parsi, only Zoroastrianism, only Ahura Mazda. That was, you know, we were taught that way. Gradually, as I grew up, once I was just going around, this was around the college time, my first year BCom, which I was doing, at Churchgate on the pavement, there would be very small books called Thus Spake series, Thus Spake. So this is basically, I think, brought out by Ramakrishna Mission. Very small. Thus Spake Zarathustra, Thus Spake Rama, Thus Spake Krishna, Thus Spake Muhammad, Thus Spake Jesus, and all that. And somehow I got attracted because they were very small books, and I started reading. And when I started reading, I felt a lot of substance in it. And that is where this turning point came. That means there are other masters, there are other religions, which are also equally good, if not better. And there is no harm in reading about them and knowing about them. So that was the shift which came in my thinking process when I was just attending the first year of my commerce, first year, what we call as BCom. Now I have a friend, his name is Jimmy Patel. Very dear friend. I have been going to his home off and on. He would be coming over to our place off and on. There was no mention of Meher Baba or anything. This one fateful day, you can say, I went to him and I saw a photograph, and I think you have shown it. This is the photograph. If you
Wow.
can see, yeah,
Yes, we can see it. We can see it.
yeah. There was a frame, and this photograph was there. I'm sure it was always there, but I never got attracted to it. Maybe, as they say, when the so-called disciple is ready, the master arrives. Maybe. So then I asked him, "Who is this?" So he said, "He is Meher." That's the frame, correct. He is Meher Baba. And the moment I heard the name Baba, somehow I was not very comfortable, because in our family, we are told, we are taught that all these Babas are chores. They are all, they are swindlers. They will swindle you. They will do this. They will do that. So but the photo was so attractive. It was so divine, pious looking. So I asked him, "Can you tell me something more about him?" So he said, "I don't know much, but I can narrate one story to you." And this is the story that he narrated, that there was one person, one Mr. Irani, whose full-time job was to slander Baba, to talk ill about Baba, and swear at him, and spread all kinds of wild propaganda against Baba. That is what my friend is saying. Now, this person, this Irani person, after a few years, he had some kind of a kidney stone, issues with your kidney stones. And he would go from one doctor to the other, but there was nothing happening. Ultimately, the doctor said the only recourse, the only solution is that he should be operated, and the stones are to be removed through operation. He finally agreed, okay. So he is admitted to the hospital. On the appointed day of the operation, he is taken on the stretcher. He is brought on to the operation table, again put on the operation table, the operation theater, operation table. It was then, once again, he is swearing at Baba, which I can't do now to tell you what swearing he did. And he says, "If you are really God, you are claiming to be God. Let me see. I want you to help me now." And the moment he says this, he is seeing that the ceiling of the operation theater just comes apart. There is a very powerful beam of light. And in that beam, a figure descends. And that figure he recognizes is of Meher Baba. Now, Baba takes 3 turns around the operation table and points a finger very sternly and strongly, like this, at the place where the penis is. He does like this. The moment Baba does like this, he hears a ting, ting, and he loses his consciousness. He becomes unconscious. After some time, when he comes into his consciousness, he finds himself in his room, in his ward. The members of his family are sitting over there, standing over there, and he's asking a pertinent question, which we all ask, how many stones came out, or how much time did it take for the operation and all that. And the members of the family said, "What operation? There was no operation. The doctor was preparing to cut you off, because at that time it was cutting, not laser and all that. They were prepared to cut you off. And all of a sudden, to the surprise of everybody, they all heard the ting, and you urinated profusely, and all the stones just came out, tapadap, everything." So then when they checked, there was no need for any operation, because there were no stones left in the kidneys. So when he heard that Irani gentleman was very surprised. The point is, I was very taken aback. I was very touched with one thought, that here is the man who claims himself to be God. He is being opposed left, right, and center. But see the forgiveness of this person, see the magnanimity of this person, that he has come to help him in spite of the fact that he is swearing at him and saying he is challenging him. So I was very impressed. Kuch to hai, something is there. Then I said, "I want to know something more about Meher Baba." And he says, "I don't know, Baba. You do one thing. My father, he was also a banker. His name was Hoshang Patel. We call him Hoshang Shah. out of respect. So my father will be coming from office at around 7:30 or something in the evening. You can come and meet him and ask as many questions as you want to ask him. I said, okay. So we were staying in such a way that I could see people coming in the building and all that. So the moment I saw him come, a little time I gave for him to freshen up and all that. And then ting tong, I went to his home and I said, I want to know something about Meher Baba. So he did not spend time, I would say, in telling what is it. He just gave me a book. And this is the book, The Perfect Master.
Wow.
This is the book. He said, take this book and read it. This is written by Charles Purdom. Yeah, that's right. And the best part is this is the same book which he had given me.
Wow.
Why? Because after Hoshang Shah passed over, the son, Jimmy, handed over most of his books to me,
Wow.
knowing that I love to read Baba's literature, because that was many years later on, he passed over. Now, I had to be very careful not to disclose my interest in Meher Baba to my family, because my family was very orthodox. For them, nothing other than Zoroaster. Everything else is a fraud. So I had to sneak in the book at my place and read it at a time when they are all asleep. So that is what I would do it. And what attracted me in this book, I will read out just the first part. Okay, it says this is part number 1 or chapter number 1 and page number 1, where he reads, it writes, this will be found a strange book, all the more strange because the story that it tells has not reached its end. Obviously, Baba was alive at that time. This happened sometime in 1968, maybe October 1968. It was a Diwali holiday or something, and that is when I had gone to spend time with my friend. It is the story of a man whose life will appear incomprehensible. It's a fact that Baba's words are incomprehensible. That is why Baba keeps on saying, do not try to understand me. My depth is unfathomable. Just love me. And his life is full of controversies and incomprehensibility. So he says it will appear incomprehensible, a life in which the contradictions of normal values and actions are prominent. There is a contradiction. If as we go along, we will see a lot of contradiction. Baba is not in favor of rites, rituals, and ceremonies. Baba is not in favor of so many things. He's cutting through all that we thought was the truth or what we thought was real spirituality. As we go on, we thought there are a lots of contradictions. Yet, this man says, I am God. It is most unequivocal, most authoritatively, to a point, let me tell you, that on the last day of his dropping the body, Baba says, remember, I am God. This is the sign for God. Always remember, I am not. I am God. I am not this body that you see. It is only a coat which I put on when I visit you. So that he is saying, I am God. And the mission is to change the world, though he neither speaks, because he had started observing silence in 25, neither speaks nor write. He had stopped writing, nor even seeks to get followers. He was not bothered about the numbers. He was not bothered about the followers. There were people who would tell him, Baba, you stop telling I am God business. You simply say you are a great saintly person and you will get huge following. Baba says, I am not here for the following. I am not here for numbers. And just as it is blasphemous for people to say I am God when they do not have the experience of God realization, aham brahmasmi, analhat soham, in the same way, it would be blasphemous for me to say I am not God when I am God. So Baba was unconcerned about whether people accept him or not accept him. He doesn't wait to give replies to so many people, that you are like nothing. He just keeps on doing his work. So that is This is how the book came into my hand, and I kept on reading it, as I said, as far as possible without my parents and my family knowing about it. Before that, I forgot to tell you that I had this habit of going to my Agyari. Agyari is the fire temple. I used to stay in the Tardev area, and for those who are aware of that area, there is one Agyari over there. It's called Boys Agyari, Boys,
Mhm.
where there is no electricity. Everything is on the lamp, and it gives such a beautiful sense of peace and sense of divinity when you attend that Agyari without electricity. You can just sit there and whatever you call it, meditate, talk. So that was my habit every single day, at least once,
Mhm.
sometimes two, and rarely three times. So I love to go there and sit against the fire. We have got the fire, if you know, the fire temple has 24/7, 365 days fire going on. I would sit in a position where there is a wall facing me very close, and I'm sitting facing the wall. And I don't know how to read Gujarati prayer books. So I was not much of a bookish prayer. My prayer to him was just talking to him in my own heart. Ahura Mazda, Zarathustra, do you really exist? And if you do exist, do you hear all our prayers that we are everybody is saying? And if you do exist, how can I find you? How do I know you? What is the pathway for me to become one with you? Something like that, words to the effect, and nothing beyond that. No asking, give me this, give me that. No, no, no. It is just, are you there? And if you are there, how do I know that you are there? And how do I know that you are the same one whom we are talking to? In different words, we would just keep on, I would just keep on doing this. And this was, and when I got to know about this Meher Baba and the book and I am God thing, I said, maybe he is. It's not that he is, but maybe he is. So I continued to go to the Agyari, but now with this book and read it in the Agyari, all this book.
Mhm.
Now, what is the next step? How do I know? How do I go more towards Meher Baba? How do I know how to reach Meher Baba? I did not even know whether he was alive or not, at that time. So
Yes.
very discreetly, I had to ask Hoshangsa, and he said, yes, he is alive. That's all. But what is the pathway? So one fine day, I was just reading this book, and my brother-in-law, my sisters, you saw the photograph of my two sisters, the younger sister's husband. Her name was Behram.
Uh-huh.
So, sorry?
His name was.
His name was Behram. So he came and checked on the book and sort of negative way. He said rubbish and all that. And in that so-called excitement, he gave me the address of where is the Avatar Meher Baba Bombay Center. That way.
Wow.
It was a negative intonation so far as I recollect, because this happened 56 years back. And so he said like this, and somehow it got into my head, and I wanted to search out for that. He said Minerva Cinema ni Same. It was on that Lamington Road opposite Minerva Cinema. With some difficulty, I could get at the center. The center was closed at that time. I
Wow.
asked the watchman. He said, "Sab, sham ko khulta hai. It is open only in the evening." So
Uh-huh.
I went in the evening. Now, this is the photograph of the center. It wasn't the same at that time, but this is the Avatar Meher Baba Bombay Center.
Wow.
This is the refurbished photograph, actually.
Uh-huh.
It was
Uh-huh.
not, at that time, it wasn't this. So then I go to the center with all my antennas up to find out what sort of people are there, what do they talk about, do they praise their master, or they, we can make out that it's a new venture, and I wanted to be sure that I'm not going in a wrong direction. And they seem to be very nice, they seem to be very loving, very accepting, inclusive of everything. They would include me in that toli, so to speak.
Right.
And then there was a notice board over there in which there was a life circular number 70, which said a lot of things, which said that Baba is into seclusion, that nobody should try to meet him, that he does not meet anybody, that he is, that you should not even write to him, that the seclusion in itself was not difficult, but to maintain the physical body's connection with the gross, it was very difficult. And for that, he had to bang his thighs so hard to feel the pain so that the consciousness remains grounded in the gross. And all these things were there with a strong warning not to go and meet him, not to come and meet him, and not to write or not to disturb him in his seclusion. And I kept on going to the center. And then gradually, very gradually, even without my knowing, instead of going to the Agyari now, I started going to the center on a daily basis. And daily basis, people would talk something or the other, 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And from that, I could just catch one sentence, and that would be my takeaway for that particular day. So I would like to learn more and more about Meher Baba. I was very intrigued in knowing more and more about Meher Baba. After that, or rather it could be before or after, I started testing Meher Baba. If you are really God, I want this to happen. If you are really God, I want that to happen. And all these questions were very much from the core of my being.
Right.
It is said, that the quality of the answer depends upon the quality of the question.
Right.
If my question is superfluous, I won't get an answer, or I'll get a very superfluous answer. If my question is from the core of my being, I will get immediate answers. And that is what I was observing. And a lot of things, I'll just give 2 examples. There were many tests, and in all those tests, he passed 100% result. 100% result.
Nice.
One of the tests that I would give quite often, that the fire in this Amaragyari is in embers. It is not a flame.
Right.
So I would just bow down my head at the umbar, the threshold of that, and tell in my own mind, Baba, if you are really the same as Zarathustra, when I raise my head, this should come into flame.
Wow.
And it would. Not once, but quite a few times. Then I would say, again, we never back the fire. We walk backwards, out of respect. So when I'm backing, again, a thought will come that before I cross the threshold between the main hall and the so-called balcony of that Agyari, give me a sign. And when I'm going back, and then last step when I'm taking, there will be a gong. Tang, karke, that kind. That was the second. I'm just giving very few.
Right.
And every time I get a result which is passing 100%, I will talk to Baba in my own heart. Baba, it could be a coincidence. Let me try one more time. Let me try one more time. This is very common. So then one day, this was very clear. I was doing my kasti. We wear what is known as sadra and kasti. And all of a sudden, Baba, take it that this is the last time I am asking you. Huh? I have this habit of closing my eyes and praying, or closing my eyes even while talking sometimes,
Yes.
I want one unmistakable sign now. And I open the eyes, and I still don't know what. A huge ball of fire, like a sun, just passed through the horizon. I still don't know what it was. I could not be hallucinating. I could be. You never know. Baba could, but I don't think it. I could see a ball of fire just pass, and I said, "Nay, Baba, now it is like done. Okay, you are. I take it that you are. But now my thirst of going and meeting him was now aggravating. I must go and meet him somehow. So I got the address from the circular, So I go and buy a ticket, train ticket. I take some money from my elder sister. I say that I'm going on a scouts camp. By the way, I am deeply involved with Boy Scouting for the last how many? Maybe at least 65 years, 70 years, 65 for sure years. So we go for hiking, camping, and in my own mind, I am thinking, after all, I am young, which I was. I am a scout, which I was. I have done a lot of trekking, mountaineering, camping. We will sleep on the floor. We will sleep anywhere. We are not bothered. Just one pair of clothes and I'll rough it out. And I'll go at the station and ask somebody, Meher Baba kidhar rehta hai? Now, if he is so popular, somebody will give me the address and I'll walk. Walking is no big deal. 5, 7, 10 miles. Never mind, we'll walk. What is that? So in my own mind, I was thinking like this. And one important intelligent answer in my mind was, after all these instructions which Baba said, nobody should come and disturb him and all that, are for his disciples. I am not yet his disciple. I am not yet. So this does not apply to me. I am a free citizen of India. I can move anywhere, anywhere I want to go, and I will go and somehow reach him and meet him. That was in my mind. So I take this ticket, and I am now about to leave my home, telling my mother some juttu sachu. My mother was a very sweet lady, very sweet in the sense very bhola.
Yeah.
So if somebody were to ask her, what is your son doing now? What is he studying? Oh, he's going in the science college to learn commerce. That is what she would say. He's going to a science college to learn commerce. That was her level of whatever you call it.
Knowledge.
So it's very easy to fool her. And so I said, Amma, don't ask much questions. I'm going for a scouts camp. I'll be back in 3 to 4 days. So I take my haversack and I go down. Now, when I'm going down to catch the train, there was still a lot of time. I get this very, very strong, intuitive voice. Go to the center and bow down to Baba. So I am going to center. I've been going there. So I bow down to the center. There's a nice Baba's frame. I don't have that photograph here. It is there in the center, but it's too small. I bow down. Again, another voice, unmistakable. Unmistakable means it is so loud and clear in the heart. Read the circular. Now, in my mind, I am analyzing this instruction that Baba does not want me to go. He wants me to read the circular because he does not want to be disturbed. But I was very rigid in my own mind. I said, Baba, in my again heart, I know you don't want me to go, but I'm sorry. I'm disobeying you. I'm going to come. Like that in my own heart. But since the message said, read the circular, I'm going and I'm blah, 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 blah. Because I've already read it many times. When I'm reading this, at the end, Adi K. Irani, a care of Avatar Meher Baba, King's Road, Ahmednagar. When I read this word Ahmednagar, something like a shock passed through my, my spine, and I am removing my ticket, and I see that I had bought the ticket for Ahmedabad.
Oh,
Ahmedabad is in Gujarat.
North Gujarat.
Ahmednagar is in Maharashtra.
What
a fool I would have made of myself going to Ahmedabad and asking people where is Meher Baba and priding my intelligence, being proud. Immediately that thought came, Baba is so kind. Baba is so merciful. Here is a person who is intentionally wanting to disobey him, and yet he is sparing me the trouble of going to Ahmedabad, apart from making a fool of myself, so much of trouble. So there and then I go to the station. The train timing was still a little later in the evening, so I sell off the ticket and I ask that I want to go to Ahmednagar. Kahan se milega? To bola Ahmednagar ke liye to VT, you have to go to Victoria Terminus. That is the
Central line.
Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. That is the Central Railway. This is Western Rail. Itna bhi I did not know. I was so buddhu, but thinking that I am very intelligent. So then and there somehow the train was not going that day. He said next day. I just dropped the idea. I said, I'm not going. So I came back home. Mother is asking, what happened? You have to go no to scout camp. No, Amma, I'm not feeling too well. I'm feeling a little not too well. So jane do. So that chapter was closed. I kept on reading Baba's literature because now I started going to the center. The center has a library, and I love to read more and more about Baba. Then again that worm, Kira, we call it Kiro Chovadiyo. That worm was going on. I said, I can't live like that. I must write to him. I must write to him something. So I just scribbled some letter to Baba and sent it. Shri Sadguru Avatar Meher Baba. At that time, because I had only read this book, Shri Sadguru Avatar Meher Baba, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. That's all. No address, no nothing. Hoping that it would reach Baba. And I hoped that some reply will come. And I told warned my mother. I warned my mother, Amma, kai bhi maru letter aave to kholta na. Because I wrote, if any letter of mine comes, do not read it, don't open it. She's asking, what letter? I said, don't ask question. Just listen what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. I had written to him something like, I am a young boy of Parsi, 17 years. What is the fun of studying and then marrying? Instead of that, I want to leave everything and join you. And all this blah, 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 sort of about Baba. And I was expecting a reply for Baba telling that there are very few youngsters who would like to come and live with me and leave everything and join me. People want all this, roti, kapra, makan. Instead of that, so he would say, okay, come over, join me. I'm very happy to have you. This was my mental makeup. Now, after some days, again, I am going down. I used to stay in the second floor, and the postman would normally come up to deliver the letters. Nowadays, they just drop it in the drop box over there now. So the postman was coming up, and I said, any Khambata? He said, ha, a letter hai. So immediately I ran up again. I bolted all the doors, all this thing of my room. Mommy is saying, why? And I said, don't ask. And I opened, and this is the letter that has come. I think the letter, you are having it on the screen.
We can share the image. Yeah.
Yeah. This is this is the letter. And I think if you have transcribed it, Soumya will read it for me.
Right.
Okay. Soumya, read if you don't mind. Would you like to read from there?
My dears, it's from Meher Baba, a rich care of Avatar Meher Baba, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra State, India. My dear Cyrus, in spite of restrictions on correspondence, beloved Avatar Meher Baba heard your very loving letter, and he directs me to inform you that he wants you to live with your family and lead an honest and a pure life, and not to neglect your studies. He wants you to remember him wholeheartedly and as often as you can in the midst of your daily activities. Avatar Meher Baba wants you not to commit any sort of lustful action as long as you're not married. He wants you to lead a pure life. He wants you to face the world kindly and bravely and shoulder the responsibility that might have to be shouldered later on in your life. He sends you his love and blessings and wants you to remain happy in the knowledge that those who love him are dear to him and close to him. No need for physical proximity wherever you may be. Just remember him, just love him, then you are close to him. You can come for Baba's Darshan in Pune in the month of April 1969, along with other lovers from Bombay. I am sending you by separate post a copy of the latest Life Circular number 70 for your information if you have not already read one. Wishing you all the best in your love for and service of your beloved service to your beloved Avatar Meher Baba. I end this letter with loving regards. Yours lovingly, Eraj. Please note that the restriction on correspondence still continues.
So this letter becomes like you can say Bible, Quran, whatever you call to say, Bhagavad Gita, because Baba is giving me instructions to do, because in my letter I had written that I know that you're going to give your darshan in the month of April 69. But before we meet, whether there is any do's and don'ts that you would like me to follow. So this is it. There are two surprising things here. One is, which is very surprising, there is no date on this letter. Whereas
Yeah.
the Mandali, they are very, very particular about dates. They are very particular.
Right.
So I would want to call it that it is eternal. It
Yes.
doesn't have a date. It is
Timeless.
applicable to all the youngsters, and it is eternal. It is applicable to everybody in terms of not having any lustful action before marriage, in terms of shouldering the responsibility, in terms of facing the world kindly and bravely. And
Yes.
then the other thing which came across to me was when Baba had given this notice about the darshan in the month of April, where he was very clear that it will be only for my lovers. And here Baba is inviting me, so I have stamped myself on my own that
Right.
I am his lover, because he only said you can come for my darshan. So
Now
that
you are in the
way,
inner circle.
yeah. So that way, that letter has been very. Only thing is, okay, whatever I wanted to do, he said no, and whatever he wanted me to do, he's saying yes. So in other words, let his will prevail. And I
Right.
continue to go to the center on a regular basis. I continue to go to the center on regular basis, getting more and more of his love, getting more and more of his words, reading more and more of his books. There was a change in my behavior also. I wouldn't say I was wild, but I became a little more tame. And my
Right.
family members also saw this change, and
Wow.
they also felt, no, this hand is coming. And the family members also saw the change coming up, and they also started, in a sense, believing in Meher Baba. A time
Yeah.
came when my entire family they have all come to Baba, except my father, who respected, but never came to Mehrabad, but he respected. And my eldest sister, who also respected, and she and her husband had come to the Bombay Center, but they never came to Mehrabad. So other than that, all my nephews and my niece, they are deeply into Meher Baba, only Meher
Um,
Baba and nothing else. So that was the transformation in their life as well.
So one thing I want to add is again Baba mentioned about circular 70, which you disobeyed when you were reading it at the Bombay Center. And
Yes, yes.
so in this letter also they sent you separate copy of circular 70, right?
Yes, because they
That's the
did not
important
know
thing.
that I have read it. And the
Yeah.
best part is, which I did not say, the circular came first in the letter. And I was wondering, "Arey, what is this nonsense here? This to I have read so many times. Baba bhi bahut hushar hai. Khali circular bheja, but then the next day the letter followed. So that
Yeah.
was the sequence of Baba's Leela that
That
way.
is like
All right.
you wake up first and then you read.
Yeah. So then I kept on going to the center regularly, knowing more and more about Baba. And then one fine day, which was 31st of January 1969, the day on which Baba dropped this body, I was at the center. Yeah, I was at the center. And somebody, neighbors, just came and said, "Tamaro phone che, aapke liye phone hai." And one of my very senior person by the name Zalbai Govewala, he goes, because we don't have a phone connection at the center. We purposely did not keep so that there is no disturbance. He
Right.
goes to attend to the call, and when he comes back, he is shivering, shaking, and crying. I was there. I think there were another 2 or 3 people, because now I used to go regularly every day to the center. And he couldn't, Baba, Baba. I said, "What happened to Baba?" He said, "He's no more." I said, "How can it be? How can it be when he has already arranged the program in the month of April, May, and June of 1969? People have booked chartered flights We have
Wow.
given our name and we have been given token for that. How is it that he can just go with just a fake news?
Right.
But then on hindsight, we realized so many things where he had indicated that even though physically I may not be there, spiritually I will be very powerful. And so many stories then came up to me. And one of the stories I would like to narrate, and then I think I'll close my side of the talk, right? Once when Baba went to Quetta, along with his, you call it Toli, we call it the Mandali people. And there was, during those times, if you remember, we used to make telephones out of matchboxes. The matchbox, there will be one, this thing, then there'll be a long string.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, there'll be another one, and we would talk like that.
Kids will play with that.
Yeah, we would play. During those times, the telephone was not even invented, or it had not come to India. And Karachi, Quetta was
Yeah.
a part of that. Karachi, Quetta was undivided India.
Common public did not have it.
Yeah. So Baba goes on to a upper story and keeps one end to himself and throws the other end down. And Gulmai, who is respected as Baba's spiritual mother, Baba tells her, Baba was speaking at that time. It was 1924 or whatever I do. Obviously before Baba started his silence. And she's down there. Baba is saying, take. And then Baba is saying, can you hear me? And Gulmai says, yes, Baba, I can hear you. Can you see me? Yes, Baba, I can see you. Then Baba goes inside the room. And then again says, can you hear me? She says, yes, Baba, I can hear you. Can you see me? No, Baba, I can't see you. That is where Baba gives a very important message. There will come a time when you will not be able to see me. But if you keep your connection with me, you will always be able to hear me.
Wow.
You see, that was the message which Baba so subtly gives. So all those messages, Baba had said that I will not be physically, but spiritually I will be very strong. So then we found out that yes, Baba has really dropped his body. And I don't remember how many of us, I do remember at least 30, 40 of us, we took the night train to Ahmednagar. That was known as, if I again remember well, one down Calcutta Mail. So it would go at about 10:50, 10:55 in the night and reach Ahmednagar at about 6:37 in the morning. So we were all definitely not in a good state of mind. Baba has dropped his body. And I was going for the first time to Meherabad, to Ahmednagar. And we read in the newspaper, which came in the morning, early morning, that Baba's body would be interred and covered up at about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Whoa.
And we were still very far away from Ahmednagar. So then one of us, a very senior person by the name Jal Dastur, he's still alive and he stays in Meherabad, he's 94 plus. So he has that sense to go to the motorman and request the motorman that we are going for Baba's funeral, if you may. And if you drop us at the railway station, it will be difficult for us. It will take another half an hour because at that time there were no auto or rickshaws. We had to go by Tonga.
Yes.
So can you do us a favor of stopping the train right near the Samadhi? It means the track passes through Meherabad. And we will take about a minute or two or three and we will just jump off and then we can go to the Samadhi. So he was very kind enough to oblige. And we reached the railway station and then he's dropped us over there and we got down. There were so many oldies, so many old people. And that was the first experience of mine. And we go up, it's on a hill. It's a small hillock. It's on a hill.
Not him.
Okay, yeah, correct. So this is my memory of my first darshan of our beloved Lord Avatar Meher Baba. His body was kept in the crypt. It remained for 7 days fresh. No doubt, ice blocks were kept around Baba's body. And we were fortunate to go and have his darshan. This was my first darshan. On the right, the photograph that you see is that of Eraj Jasawala, Baba's very close disciple, one of the closest, I would say. And even when Baba was physically present, he would be wiping Baba's face with a handkerchief. And Baba used to like this lavender perfumed water. So he would be dabbing Baba's face with that. And here also cologne kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
And here also he is arranging the flowers around Baba's body and wiping his face quite often. So this was my first darshan of Meher Baba, and I had come with the whole group. And the family, again, the Patel family, as I said, they had also come. In fact, I had come with them actually in the train. And after having the darshan, they decided to return. Abhay, hamara kaam ho gaya, abhi darshan ho gaya, now we have to go back. So they were going back, but somehow I just could not tear myself away at that time. So I very bluntly and very firmly said, Tamil ko jao, you people go, I want to stay on. Now I did not know the place, I did not know anybody, I did not have much money, but somehow I had this very strong feeling that this is not the time for me to go and leave Baba like that. So I stayed on for 4 days. Now, many people ask me, what did you do for those 4 days? One thing for sure, I did not take bath because there was always a shortage of, I knew no bath, no change of clothes, or maybe one change of clothes. I do not know where I slept, where I ate, what I did. I was in a different zone, so to speak. I really don't know what happened in those 4 days.
Wow.
On the 4th day, Sarosh Irani, Baba's very close disciple and one of the trustees at that time, he makes an announcement on the public address system. We can't cope up with the people flooding in. We cannot cope up because every day people would ask, is the body still there? And the mandali would say, the in charge would say, yes, the body is still there, but it can close any day. We do not guarantee that you will get the darshan, but as of now, it is open. So more and more people came. Even from abroad, they kept on coming. And so he announced that we cannot cope up. Please, whosoever has taken the darshan, please go back.
Wow.
Now, how to go back? How to go back? Because I did, to be honest, I was buddhu in that sense. I did not know how to go back. I did not have much money and all that. And I prayed in my own heart, Baba, I want to respect this gentleman's word. I would have loved to stay, but they can't cope up, so I want to go back. I'm respecting that. And just then, one of my school friends, his name was Aspi Asundaria.
Uh-huh.
I don't see him in Meherabad anymore, but he used to be my classmate. And
Wow.
every now and then, if something happened, he would say, oh Baba, oh Baba, oh Meher Baba. And I used to mock at him and say, what is this Meher Baba, Meher Baba? You are a Parsi and you are talking about some God-forsaken Meher Baba. Huh? And he somehow came in front of me. I said, Aspi, tu here? You are here? Yeah, you know, no, I am following Meher Baba. I said, please help me. I don't know how to go home. How are you going? So he said, I will come with my mama and I'm going home. They had the darshan. I said, can you take me home? I'll pay you when I return. And so he arranged with me, and in the first class, this thing, we went home very comfortably. And then after going home, when I offered him money, he said, that mama said, no, tu tomara dikra jo, you are like my son.
Wow.
Forget it. And that's how that was my first trip to Meherabad. And ever since then, I kept coming so many times. By Baba's grace, I have traveled abroad. I've gone to Myrtle Beach in 1986. I have been to the London Center. I have met quite a few of the old timers, like Mort Kennedy, Kitty Davy, Jane Haynes, Michael DeCosta, many people. Many people, Rick Chapman, Alan Cohen, sorry? Tom and Dorothy Hopkinson, the one who had written this book, Much Silence. So very, I would say very fortunate to have physically met them. And they had Lynn Ott and Phyllis Ott, who are the painters who have painted the MPC. In MPC, you'll see their painting. He was a blind painter.
Wow.
And Diana LaPage, Bill LaPage, all these names are very prominent in Baba's circle, and by his grace, I have met them. I've had quite close connection with them, as well as the Mandli, because all the Mandli were already alive at that time. I think with that, if you want to ask anything more, yes, I will. Otherwise, let Soumya take over.
I want to put my part of what I am hearing from your story, and I want to connect our audience with your part of the story. So at this time, we can turn off all the slides, no problem. So, dear friends and Baba lovers, we have heard the story of our guests and their connection. What I noticed as a stranger who is not part of the Meher Baba's inner circle or followers, but as a viewer and as a lover of Baba who wants to know more, because as we discuss, I come from Navsari. In Navsari, you go to most of the places, especially if it is a Parsi business or house, you will see Meher Baba's photo in their house because there are many followers. And I live less than 1 mile from the Agyari. Agyari is like a fire temple. Like we have temple for Hindus, church for Christians. We have Agyari for the Parsi. It is a pilgrimage. So I am very lucky to be brought up in that area. I know Meher Baba, but I did not know much about it. Hearing the story from this couple, you will agree with me, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Because Soumya ji, no question, no complaint, no argument, no intellect, only heart. Right away connected with Baba, just having the darshan of the Samadhi. But men are different, they are intellectual. They want to ask many questions. That is what I see in Cyrus's story. That he is asking questions, he is testing Baba, and all we remember from his story is one thing that we all should remember: try not to understand me, but love me. This is exactly what we should remember from Meher Baba's words. We have heard the story of Gulmai. When Gulmai is, I think, Eruchi's mother also.
Adi, no.
Addis.
Adi K.
Aditya
Irani was
Irani's
Baba's
mother.
secretary.
Right, right. Who
Rustam
was
Irani
writing
was
the,
Adi's elders. Yeah.
yeah, who
They
was
are the
writing.
ones. They are the ones who actually donated the entire land of Mehrabad to Baba.
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
it is beautiful.
Uh,
So
Khan Bahadur Kekashru Irani, and Gulmai are the parents of Rustam, Adi, and Dolly. So they
very
are the
good.
ones. And Adi was Baba's
Family.
secretary, second secretary.
From the bottom of my heart, I say thanks to the entire family, because of them today we are
Yes.
able to go and visit Mehrabad with so much memory and
Yes.
such a beautiful connection that we can develop. My point is this: that can you see what Baba gave in the last message to Gulmai? When in the physical body, when in the gross body, Baba make her see and hear his voice.
Hmm.
But when going inside, Baba said that now you cannot see me, but you can still
Mm.
hear. For those Moher Baba's lovers who probably never met, or those who are far away from him, because we have contacted so many centers. By the way, you were talking about visiting 1986 Myrtle
Myrtle
Beach,
Beach.
South Carolina center. When I approached them, they said that we know Cyrus ji and Soumya ji. So that means
Thank you,
that
Baba.
everybody knows you too, not just you remember them. They love you too. Just wanted to share
Thank you,
that
Thank you,
Baba.
Baba.
message.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Baba.
Baba.
And we want to say that Baba is still alive with us in the form of consciousness, in the form of the teaching that we are going to learn in this session today and tomorrow. Another thing I noticed is Baba's grace. If you take a rose flower in front of you or sandalwood in front of you, what you would smell is what Baba was saying. You will be able to hear my voice. That fragrance is Baba's subtle existence or consciousness that we can feel. But if you have the gross flower or physical form of the flower right in front of you, today, if it is fresh, you will say it is beautiful. Tomorrow, if it is not fresh, you will say something else. Regardless of that, to the fresh flower, if you keep on using the bad words, what will it do? It will still give you fragrance. Same thing I hear in the story of Baba, that guy who was in the hospital and he had the stone, it was washed out. When Cyrus ji was challenging and complaining and questioning and tried to prove Baba, Baba was still showing his mercy and grace. When Cyrus ji was not ready to listen to the circular 70 and book his ticket and he want to go to Ahmedabad, Baba, stop. Don't waste your time and money. Go to Ahmednagar. So these are the things. These are the things that I notice, and we should all see that how, in a subtle form, if you love Baba, Baba shower His grace and blessings to all of us. Very beautiful. We can go on the.
One little addition.
Yes.
One is you said about the inner circle and all that. We are not in any circle. We are very much like any ordinary Baba lover. It's
Yes.
just Baba's grace that we are endowed with this interest
Yes.
of knowing more about Baba and
Right.
the interest of sharing with somebody who is interested in knowing. That's
Yes.
about all. There's nothing special. We are
Yes.
all on in the same boat. Another
Right.
thing is, I was, as I said, yeah, really very fortunate to be very close to Mera and Mani and Erach and Adi and Pendu and Padri and so many, Alobaji and all that. So one day I was at the Avatar Meher Baba Trust office and we were very friendly. So I asked Erach uncle, I had written one letter, one stupid letter or one letter to Baba in 1968. Do you think I will be able to find that letter in your file? And very casually, he said, he gave me a box file and said, look it up over here because he must be marking it A, B, C, D because there was an initial called K and there was a date 9/11, which means 9th of November of 1968. And this is my letter. So Acha, have you transcribed it or
Yes. Yes. Yes.
okay? Acha. So then I had written this letter of which I had not kept a copy. Obviously, you don't keep a copy. You write and send it. But much later, fortunately for me, when Erach uncle was there, I requested and he gave that letter to me. And this is the letter which I had written, which I had actually forgotten what I had written. But now I feel it was too pompous of me to write so many things that I have written. Would you like to read this, Sonia?
Sure.
Please.
Sri Sadguru Meher Baba. After much hesitation, I have decided to write to you, for this is an odd way of asking permission of becoming a disciple of a Sadguru.
So at that time, my job was कि बाबा ये सब छोड़ छाड़ के हमको बाबा के साथ जाना है. I want to leave everything, leave my family, leave my studies. Most important studies because I was never for studies, and I would love to live with him. So that was the intent.
I am a young Zartusti of 17, studying in first year commerce class, but I'm least interested in such studies which would only help me to earn and eat. In such a life, we hardly get opportunities to realize union with God, which should be our main goal, to do good turns to others, or to render service and to help the needy, etc. Once I had decided to have a darshan, but was discouraged for some reasons. And when I received your circular number 70 stating that for your personal consideration, you would give your darshan from April 10th, I thought it wise not to interfere in your universal work. But I did not have the patience to wait till April next. And as you had stated that no personal problems would be answered, I have decided to write to you this letter. The main reason of writing is to inform you, although I know that you are everywhere and in everything, that I wish to be your disciple and would be very happy to surrender myself completely to your will. I would like to live with you and to lead a life of awakening others as you now do. I know that you are a strict disciplinarian and life with you will not be a bed of roses, and I'm not used to such discipline in the life, but still I wish to experience it. In world conditions as it exists today, it is very difficult to distinguish between real and unreal, right and wrong. And as I come to understand that God alone is real, sorry, and everything is illusory, I would certainly wish to
I would
to
certainly
steer my
wish to
life
No problem.
steer my life
towards
towards this
this
realization. I do not care for materialistic.
worlds.
Okay, just be careful.
Yeah.
Huh?
And
Okay.
I'm
And am not greedy of wealth.
mon-
Okay, I'll read from here only.
money.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can somebody from your
I can
side read?
read it.
But
I
to be
can read
Is
it.
it possible
I do
for
not care
somebody?
for materialistic
detached
world,
from parents
Let them read.
would
Huh?
be
and
Sorry.
I am not greedy of wealth, money, but to
Ah.
be detached from parents
Hmm.
would be a little bit difficult. But I am sure I would make them understand that whatever steps I am taking is for my highest good. Sri Sadguru Meher Baba, please help me spiritually. If you feel it right, you may instruct me with a few do's and don'ts, which I would very earnestly accept and practice until I will have an opportunity to meet you in Pune. If God wills, we may meet before it also.
See,
Please,
that is what happened. Actually, we met before that.
right,
Instead of meeting in April, we met in January. Huh?
right, right. Please,
Can I read or you want to read?
yeah, I will finish this part. Please
please.
forgive me if I have written anything which I ought not to have written, or in any way have displeased or disturbed you. If you are displeased with me, you may not reply to me, and I will know that I am not
I
yet
am
fit
not yet.
to become a disciple of a perfect master. Yours, loving and obedient Cyrus. What a disobedient student who is saying, I am loving and obedient.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. And even then he forgave me and invited me for the darshan. Yeah.
Yes,
So
very
this
good.
was the letter which I got much later,
Mhm.
thanks to Erach uncle that he shared this letter with me. All right.
Very beautiful. Now that we have heard your part of the story, our audience is very curious. What is the story of Meher Baba? We want to go to the Meher Baba story. Can we go on part two, life story of Meher Baba?
Okay, okay,
You want to
okay,
drink little
okay,
water or refresher? You can do that, or we can.
okay, 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 okay. So I will start with Meher Baba's father.
Right.
Baba used to say, my father is matchless.
Uh,
Father had great respect for Meher Baba
uh-huh.
to a point where if Baba were to come in the room and the father is sitting and chatting with somebody, he would stand up in respect of Meher Baba.
Uh,
And there were times when his father would be seen praying at the photograph of Meher Baba. Now
wow.
I will tell you about the story of Sheriarji, which is
Uh-huh.
Baba's father.
Uh-huh.
Sheriarji was born on Jamshedi Navroz. Jamshedi Navroz is the, what should I say, the Parsi New Year. You
Mhm.
know, it is the day with equal day
Equinox.
and equal night. And he was born on 21st of March 1853 to a very poor Zoroastrian family in Khorramshahr. Khorramshahr is a place in Persia.
Mhm.
He could not attend the school because the father and the parents had no money. They were poor.
Right.
The father was a caretaker of a local dokma. Dokma is a place where the Parsis, after they die, they put the body in a certain place which is called dokma, and it is open for the vultures to consume the flesh and all the birds of prey. So he was a keeper of the dokma in
Wow.
Persia, in that place, Khorramshahr. Yeah.
Mhm.
When Sheriarji was about 5 years old, his mother died, and
Oh,
he was looked after by his elder sister Piroja. So he was motherless at such a young age. He was very contemplative by nature, and it is said that he would go every day with his father at such a young age and sit there along with the father, and he would contemplate as to what is this life about? What is the purpose of life? After all, the rich as well as the poor, they come here and they are gone. So ultimately, they have to leave everything over here and go. Why should we not leave everything now only when we are living, rather than leaving everything when we have left the world? So these kinds of things would keep on rotating in Sheriarji's mind all the time. He was very spiritually inclined, and one habit that he had, which remained till the end, he would constantly repeat the name of God, which is Yazdan. Yazdan is one name of God according to the Zoroastrian literature, a prayer book. There are 101 names of God, and Yazdan is one of the names, and he would constantly repeat that name. He was fearless even at that young age. One incident was that father had gone to the town. It was almost sunset, and normally after sunset, no dead body is brought to the Dokma, because after sunset, there is no ceremony that can take place. It will be only the next day, right? But that one day, when the father had gone to the town, a young boy's body was brought. And this Sheriarji was also young at that time, and father was not there. And the people, they'd come, they said, now we are leaving, we'll come tomorrow morning for the whatever the ceremonies are, funeral ceremony. Now there are these stray dogs and other animals that will come because the flesh is there. So what he would shoo, he was so brave, fearless, that he would shoo away the dogs and the other animals, and then finally, so that the body is not taken away by any animal, he tied the leg of the corpse to his own leg to ensure that the animal does not take away. So that was the bravery that he showed at such a young age.
So
one
what is
day
that
again
place
he
called?
showed his
Excuse me. What is that place called? Dokma?
Dokma. અમે લોકો ગુજરાતીમાં we call it Dakhmu. But in English, like how we call it Sadra. But in English, they call it Sadre, you know, like that. Sadra.
Is it
Kasti,
something?
we call it Kasti. In English, they say Kusti. Kusti actually is wrestling.
I have question just for our audience to understand.
Please.
I come from,
And please keep on
outside.
asking.
Right. So Dokma is the place where, like, we have funeral place, crematory, the same way we use that, or it is different purpose?
It is called Tower of Silence.
Okay.
It is like a well. And
Yes.
the well has a lot of slots.
Okay.
In that slot, the body is kept.
Okay.
And the vulture will come. The experience now, unfortunately, there are not many vultures, at least in India and Bombay. Vultures would come and devour the body in no time. It's over. It's only the bones. And then they would flush up that bones into another well. And in that, there would be direct sunlight. So that will be drying up the bones, and then it is over with. The idea at that time was that it is, they say, Parsi, thy name is charity. Parsis are very charitable. So the thinking is that even at the end, after the body is dropped, we are giving away our body in charity so that the birds don't go hungry. And there are only certain birds who live on flesh, dead flesh.
Very true. So what we have today in today's world, organ donation, is very similar to what the Parsi philosophy is, Zoroastrian philosophy is, basically, that you donate your body also instead of.
I have no particular thought on this particular, because many people have asked me, and I was not very clear. I understand. I fully understand. Yeah. So that another time what had happened was, on a particular day, see, when the ceremony is over, then after the ceremony, they would be given some food to eat, all the members who have come, 40, 50, 60. And there would be an oven over there at the Dakma, oven, in which fresh bread would be baked, and that would be served to the family.
Wow.
On that particular day, nobody had died, and Sheriarji was alone. And a young girl comes running, panting, and say, please save my life, please save my life. There are some people who are after me.
Okay.
To, all kinds of, And Sheriarji immediately uses his sense of, timing, and opens up the oven, because it is cold. Nothing was baked on that particular day, and hides the girl over there.
Oh,
Now, Shehryarji also was you can say he would never tell a lie.
right,
He
right.
always, so
Honest,
soon
honest.
after, there were some people who came on horseback and asked, "Hey, bacha, did you see somebody over here? Did you see somebody?" And what he replies, "I have been sitting here for more than an hour and I did not see a dog pass by." Oh, this is the truth. I did not see
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah, yeah.
dog pass by. So they thought that, oh, now nobody is there. And so they go away in
Like in,
search of that girl. And
yeah.
then he opens the oven, takes the girl out, drops her with lot of respect and love to her own family. And the family was very much in praise of Shehryarji. So that was
So it is
Shehryarji.
like, अरे तुमने आदमी किया मैंने तो कुत्ता भी नहीं देखा. That is the kind of thing.
Aisa, correct.
Look at
I
the
never
man.
see a
I did
dog.
not even see a dog passing.
Exactly.
Very beautiful.
So then what happens is he is so very deeply wanting to meet and see his Yazdan. All the time, Yazdan, and contemplative. So one fine day when he was just 12 years of age, he tells his father that I don't like to be here. I don't like to be in the world. I want to go and roam at the age of 12.
Yes.
Father is giving him the permission, you go. So he goes around Iran, that is Persia,
Right.
and he meets all the great saintly people, and that they call it a dervish.
Yes.
Dervish, dar means the one who goes from door to door. They will go from door, like fakir. We
Fakir,
call
yeah,
it
fakir,
fakir.
fakir. Like
He
Sai
would go
Baba was
from
doing.
door to door, asking for food, asking for a kambal, or and sleep anywhere, eat anything, and then if he did not get any food for one day, he would say, "Oh, my Yazdan wants me to sleep hungry today. I'm okay with that." So that is what he did for 8 long years in Persia, but he could not find anything worthwhile. Then he takes a ship along with his brother uh, to India. To India. So he comes to India in a ship, and there he spends another 10 long years. This what we call as Darvish Giri, going,
Right.
and lots of experiences he gets.
Wow.
Lots of experiences, but not the experience of Godhood. One day in the desert of Sindh, which is in Gujarat,
Uh-huh.
he is so exhausted. He did not drink for so many days. His feet were blisters, and he becomes unconscious, and he falls down unconscious.
Right.
And just then, after a certain period of time, he sees two people. Baba later on says that they were my angels. They were Abdal. Abdals are those agents who will help people in distress. So they came, they woke him up, they gave him some water, and they went away. At another instance, again the same thing happens, and he hears somebody, he finds somebody saying, "Why do you disturb? Why do you trouble your God so much? Why do you trouble your God so much?" And then it says, uh, that what you are asking for, what you are what you are wanting, it will not be given to you. Words to the effect directly.
Mhm.
It will be through your son. Your son will get it.
Kya
And
baat.
through your son, you will get it. Now he started thinking, what son? And I am not even married. I am not even planning to get married. What is their son and all that? This happened after he tried what is known as chilla. Chilla means it is a practice that you draw a circle,
Mhm.
you sit inside the circle
Okay.
without food, without water, without sleeping
Wow.
for 40 days and 40 nights. And if you do that, and if you are successful, you will be granted any boon, anything that you want. So he said, now this is the last resort, and that is what he does. But he could not sustain himself beyond 30 days. And he comes out, he drags himself out, and he again sleeps near a water body, river or something. And that is where he hears this sound, that it is not, I'll just read out. He
Right.
whom you seek, he whom you wish to see, his attainment is not destined for you, your son. It is your son who will attain it, and through your son, you. These are the exact words. And then he hears this and again becomes unconscious and sleeps for 3 days and nights continue because he was exhausted. Again, when he wakes up, he's getting that sound in his ears, through your son, you. He says, what is, I don't know what it is talking about, but if my Yazdan wants that I should be in this materialistic world and that I should beget children, then so be it. What can I do about it? That is what my God's wish. Let it be done. And then he walks about 400 miles from that desert Gujarat to Pune. Now it is called Pune. And he is able to find his sister's home, Piroja's home, who had taken care of him, because all the family had migrated from Persia to India because of some kind of persecution and all that. So the moment Piroja sees Sheryar, haggard, pura unkept, you can say, dirty, smelly, very dirty, she embraces him, takes him inside the room and says, now no more going out, no more wandering. You must get married. You must get married now. Forget the whole life. And so he was like, what can I do? His heart was in search of God. And now onwards, Soumya will speak about how that change took place and how he was, in a sense, impelled to marry.
Very
So
good.
here we'll have to talk about Baba's mother, Shireen. Shireen was born on 9th of October 1878 in Bombay to Zoroastrian parents, Gulandun and Dorab Irani, who were of Persian origin. And they actually migrated from Persia to Bombay to flee from the religious persecution that was rampant at that time. At that time, Gulandun, Shireen's mother, was pregnant with her, and they come to Bombay. Shireen is born here in Bombay, and in a few months, the family relocates. Shireen is the second child of her parents, and they relocate to Pune to be part of the large Parsi and Irani community. Dorab, the father, starts a tea stall to support the family. And the Dorab and Gulandun have 4 daughters and 2 sons. So this is the family. Now, Shireen is a small girl, and she is, by an unusual set of circumstances, she is now gotten herself engaged. The scene is like, she is she's going to school one day. She's a 5-year-old girl, and there is Piroja, Sheryar's sister, compelling him to get married, and
constantly pestering him, you must get married, you must get married. Kantaline, finally she says, you want me to get married? No? Okay. I will marry this girl.
No, he just sees some small girl go by. So, just to ward off the sister pestering, he points out to one girl just arbitrarily and says, he was 30 years old at that time, and she's a small girl of 5.
5 years.
So he knew that this was such an impossible thing that he was putting forth before his sister. So he points out to that girl and says, I'll get married to that girl. So Piroja was so determined. And she immediately recognizes, oh, that's my very good friend's daughter. So she's not perturbed, She says, oh, that girl. So she goes to Gulandun, that is Shireen's.
No. We say, just to
ward off.
બહુ સરસ તમે વચ્ચે બોલો છો, મને ગમે છે, કેમ કે બલીનો બહુ થઈ જવા તૈયાર છે.
ટાળવાને વાળા એ કે ચાલ, I am 30 years old, she is 5 years old. You want me to get married? I'll get married to her and nobody else. Well, ultimatum. I will not marry anybody but her. But Piroja took it up
very
In a way,
seriously.
something impossible or something abnormal.
Yes,
So that way
Absolutely.
he
yes,
can
yes,
avoid
yes,
kind of thing.
Absolutely.
yes, yes, yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
Absolutely.
So Piroj, he goes, this Gulandun goes to, Piroja goes to Gulandun and pleads, okay, only you can save my brother. So, those were the days when you gave your word was of honor. Like when you gave a promise, it was a promise to be honored.
Right.
So she sees Piroja so distraught. So she readily agrees. She says, okay, to save your brother, okay. So she agrees to have this her 5-year-old baby gotten married to this 30-year-old dervish.
Wow.
But when Dorab, the husband, comes home, he's distraught. He said, "What did you do? I mean, she's such a small girl." So then they have a via media. They say, "Okay, when she gets older,
Adult.
we'll get her married." Yeah. So when she's 14 years old, now when Shireen is 14 years old, in 1892, Shireen gets married to Sheriar Mondegar Irani. Of course, the father Dorab doesn't attend the marriage
The
because
father
he's
doesn't attend the marriage, nothing to do with this family, not going and visiting them, and all that, you
yeah.
know.
But
Yeah,
in
he
the
was
meantime, now Sheriarji realizes that he has to now take do something to
Responsibility.
he has to be doing something to be responsible to the family now that he's going to get married. So he starts being a gardener. He was a very good gardener. There were very big bungalows there, so he used to be a gardener there in the bungalow, and whatever he touched, whatever he tended to, would flourish. Then after that, he also took up being a door-to-door vendor, like
wow.
vending. Yeah. And then
Yeah.
after that he started a tea stall, and then which grew up to he started vending toddy, which is palm wine toddy. So he
Yeah,
had a toddy
Tadi.
shop.
Toddy
Yeah,
wine,
Deepak
toddy
Tadi.
wine.
flourishing. Yeah. So he had a flourishing toddy business also. So that's how he started, like the family was taken care of, by which time they bore 9 children, seven sons and 2 daughters. Of
Wow.
them, one daughter and 2 sons died in infancy. So that is about Shireen and
That Sheriar Cafe is still existing in Pune.
Wow.
Baba's, of course, now it is sold off to somebody, but it
Right,
is
right.
still
But the
there
brand is
with
still
the
there.
same
The
name.
name is
With
still
the
there.
same name. Yes.
yeah.
Very
Now
beautiful.
Sheriarji was called Bobo, and Shireen mine was called Memo. That was the way they used to affectionately address the parents, the children.
Baba
Now
and mother.
Shireen, yeah,
Bobo, no, no. Sheriaji was called Bobo in the home at the
Uh-huh.
family level,
Uh-huh.
and mother was Memo. And
Right.
then when Baba was born, I will talk about how Baba was
Right,
born.
right, right, right,
He's
right.
he's called Merog. Merog. So
Okay.
these were the family names of
Right.
these three.
yeah, affection. So since we are at Shireen Mai, I'll just add a little bit. Shireen was a very doting wife and an excellent mother with an innate love for life. She was down to earth and practical in managing the large household, because at that time it was not he was not doing that brisk. Sheriarji was just about managing. So she had to manage a very large household, and she was very intelligent. She had quick wit. She was very good at imitating. She was a good ranketeer, and she also had to contend with Cheriarji, who was very generous. Anybody would ask for money, he would give. Any worldly possessions they had, he would give off. So she had to really penny pinch to make the household, to keep the
Right.
household going.
Right.
Sheriarji, after closing the toddy shop, would be coming home walking, and he
Yeah.
would see some poor man shivering and all that. તો પોતાનો જે બ્લેન્કેટ છે, shawl છે, તેને ઓધારી ને just you will just cover him and walk. And Shirin Mai later on said that had we collected all these shawls, you would have opened a shawl shop, because every day he would buy a new blanket or a shawl, because he has gone through all these things in his
Right.
earlier life of
Right.
what it
Right.
means to be without clothes and without
Yes.
warmth and all that. So every single day, whenever he would come, he would just give it off to some poor or the other.
It is said that if you have experienced the pain, you can understand the pain of others. The same thing,
Yes,
same thing. And I
past.
want
Yeah.
to add one thing for our audience because many people don't know. These Iranians, when they moved from Iran to India, especially in the Udwara and Navsari area, this Wapi to Tapi
First, we came to
area.
Sanjan.
Yes,
First,
Sanjan.
we came to Sanjan,
Yeah,
and
which is
there
near
was a
Udwara.
Raja of Sanjan who said when they approached in the boat, they said Raja said he brought a milk full of cup full of milk.
Right.
He says there is no place. There is no place here. We are all full. Then what the Parsis did, they added some sugar and stirred it and said, yes, we will mingle in such a way that you will not need any extra space for us. And we will make your life sweeter than
Yes.
what it is now. So
And
Parsis are known to be, very
yes.
supposedly sweet and,
Very, very true. Very, very true. And I can tell you one more thing for our audience to know that Parsis are very sweet. And I come from Navsari. Let me tell you, Navsari was the name of one of the city in Iran that they have given the name to Indian city Navsari. Now is
okay,
new and Sari is the village or area. Okay, new village, new city.
okay, okay.
This place, Navsari, if you go, most of the schools, colleges, as well as hospitals are built by Parsi entrepreneurs. Let me tell you that. Both myself and my wife studied in the Tata Boys and Tata Girls School.
Okay.
So I am more of a Zoroastrian school student than
Uh,
anything else, and probably through this I am paying back to my Zoroastrian sources that they invested
right.
in me, and we should bring that love and knowledge to the entire world.
True. True.
Bring the idea of mixing up the sweet sugar into the milk.
Sugar.
You can go and talk to any Parsi person. I'm talking from my experience, okay? Right in front of the Tarota Bazaar Agyari, we have Kolaji sweets. You can find the ice cream first before you go into the Agyari to calm down and become sweet. There is Kolaji place for selling the pickles and talking about toddy or tadi. It is the juice or sap that comes out from the date tree when you
Hmm.
have we
Correct.
call khajuri, okay,
Hmm,
and
hmm,
the
hmm.
date tree, that juice is taken out early morning before the sunrise. So
Yes.
when it is taken, that it is very, very sweet. It is like amrut. Wow, amazing. And it with the sunlight will be soured. So it has to
Hmm.
be sold out before this afternoon, and we call it nira, tari and
Neera, I
nira.
was just going to
Nira.
say that. Yeah.
Soluble. And Nira
Yeah.
becomes tardy after the sunrise and temperature is going high. We use this as a yeast or fermentation
Yeast.
for the bread, some
Fermentation.
to
Yes.
add
Right,
the
right, right.
flavor. So these are the natural ingredients. These are the treats that Iranians brought to India, and especially in this Wapitapi area between Sanjan and Surat. Okay, so
Hmm,
wanted to
hmm.
add that for our audience so they can know what toddy is. So of course that business he closed and then he come back. It is the toddy business that has lot to do with the natural sunlight and
Yes. Yes.
the date tree. Let's go
Hmm.
further.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Now about her mother, Mani says, she would groan and she says, "Oh, my poor mother, having a dervish for a husband and God for a son, and having to raise a big family. It was so difficult for Shireen Mai because she was really a tenterhooks managing, but she was also very funny. She also loved drama. I mean, going for natak at that time, so she also had her and she was very, very thrifty also. Now and Shireen Mai loved Pune. She used to say Punu to base nu kunu, like loosely translated, Pune is a corner of paradise, of heaven, so that was how much she loved Pune. And she also had this very fine ability to see through people. she was like, she could judge a person very quickly, even if somebody put up a pretense, others would not, but she could see through. So that was also a gift that she had. And
I would correct that part. She would not judge, but she would identify the real nature
I
of the
think so. Yeah,
because
yeah,
Good.
that's a right word.
when you are not
Correct.
identifying, you are judging. Just
Yeah.
correct.
Right,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct.
That's the
Absolutely.
right word. Yeah, she's not judge, but she could see through, like.
Right.
And then she had a very definite dignity and her bearing and speech. She was very strong-willed, no nonsense, and a forceful individual. And befitting her name, she was very sweet, but she would also not hesitate to speak her mind out and demonstrate her sharp and bitter side too.
Right.
So yeah, she was a happy mix of both, like, then now coming to the tail end, she died on Baba's birthday, that is on 25th Feb 1943. Baba was then in Mahabaleshwar, and her final rites were performed at the Tower of Silence. Baba, when the moment he heard about Shireen Mai passing over, he said that she's now freed. Later, he explained to his family, Memo has come to me and is now fully in bliss. She helped me so much in my work, and after playing her part, she has come to me. She was an exceedingly adventurous woman and extremely fearless. Now, Memo is quite happy and free of all worldly ties. Although
Wow.
Shireen Mai's body was disposed in a Tower of Silence in 1943, Baba ordered a memorial for her and his father Sheriarji erected on Mehrabad Hill, where, with his own hands, Baba placed a few of their personal effects, namely a silver snuff box that belonged to Sheriarji, and and eyeglasses, petticoat, and blouse belonging to Shireen Mai. And Baba dictated the inscription on their tombstone as follows: in eternal memory of Mer Baba's blessed parents, Sheriarji and Shireen Mai, who are now merged in Baba's infinity. Every year on Baba's birthday, Mani, Baba's sister, would place a garland on the memorial of their parents, which practice continues. So this is for
It is
Shireen.
next to Baba's Samadhi, not very next to, but it is there at the
Not too
upper
far
of
Yeah,
from this.
Mehrabad.
Not too far
you
from
can
Upper
there.
see.
Mehrabad.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is Shireen Mai with the little bit sprinkling of Sheriarji too.
Thank
So
you for sharing this because many of the Baba lovers don't know this story, and we got opportunity to connect with certain things with the Parsi families and the
yeah,
Zoroastrian
yeah.
tradition. Very beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Baba.
I will now talk about Baba's birth. Can I? May I?
Yes,
Yes.
please,
Or is
please.
there anything else on your agenda?
No, no, I was going to ask, tell us a little bit about Baba's birth.
Baba's birth. Okay. The first child was Jamshed,
Uh-huh.
which Shirin Mai somehow could not mother him. Means she did not feel that she was a mother that
Uh-huh.
way. The first one. And Shirin Mai's elder sister, Dola, Dola
Uh-huh.
Masi, yes, Dola, uh,
Mm.
adopted him as her own son, and he lived with Dola Masi only. The
Uh-huh.
second, and Shirin Mai had no feelings of motherhood. The
Right.
second, when she was pregnant, the second time, she could feel the joy of being a mother.
Mhm.
Sheriarji also immediately knew that this is the son concerning that particular voice which he had heard, not you, but your son, and through your son, you. So he felt that this is the son. Shirin Mai was joyous. Sheriarji was joyous. Sheriarji would read out the spiritual books to Shirin Mai when she was carrying Merwan. Merwan is the name given to the boy. Now, she was admitted to the hospital, David Sassoon Hospital, we know that. And she was about to deliver the child. Just before that, in the early morning, Shirin Mai sees a dream. And in that dream, she sees that there is a huge chariot. And on that chariot, there is a very brilliant, handsome man sitting on the chariot. He had like a sun like halo around his head. And thousands of people are looking at him and they are pulling his chariot. And one amongst those thousands was also Shirin Mai. So she sees that dream and then she wakes up and she tells this dream to her mother, Gulandun, who was there sitting by her bedside. And Gulandun said, "My God, you have got no idea. This is an indication that somebody very great, a very big person is going to be born to you. How fortunate you are," and all that. Then, as the watchman guard of the hospital rings the gong, dung, dung, at 5 o'clock,
Wow.
she delivers. She delivers.
क्या बात है?
And sorry, you are saying something.
No, this is beautiful. The coincidence and the way story is.
Yeah.
I like
And
it.
the nurse was in her prayer hall. She was a Christian nurse. She was in her prayer hall. She was immediately beckoned and she came running and delivered the baby. And the family was informed. Sheriaji was sitting outside the ward, constantly taking the Nama Jap of Yazdan, 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 Yazdan. And the moment the son was born, he knew that that is the son, that is the son about whom it was said. Now, after a couple of days, Shirin Mai goes home. Apart from the family being jubilant, even the neighbors were jubilant. Somehow, the entire scenario changed, and every neighbor was wanting to see him and be with the child.
Wow.
Shirin Mai's father, Dorabji, who had never talked with Sheriarji or never allowed his wife to come and meet them, he came and saw the baby. There was a change of heart, and he came and saw the baby. Not only saw, but every single day he would come and meet Merwan. Merwan, the name of Merwan actually means the sun. Merwan means the sun in Persian, that who is of the light, L-I-G-H-T. And Sheriarji would ask Dorabji, "Kem ave tamaro avanu kem થઈ ગયું? How is it that you are now coming on a daily basis to our place?" And Dorabji will say, "I am not coming for you. I have a right to see my grandson, my grandchild, And he would come. And then Dorabji had a very great respect for Sheriarji, and he apologized that it was my mistake of treating you like, shabbily, because you were a dervish and you did not come from a very elite family. Something like that. So now then the family also met. After 11 years, Dorabji comes and meets and keeps on coming on a daily basis. After a certain period of time, again Shirin Mai gets this vision. They used to stay in a house which is still there. It is called Pumpkin House, because there is a stone which is shaped like a pumpkin. It is still there. It has now become a private home of the Baba family only. And when later on they went into another house, which is now known as Baba House. I think you have a slide there. Baba House, which has a well over there. A house with a well. It is also known as this one, the one which is brick colored. That is Baba House. Yeah, correct. This is a family house called Baba House, and there is a well over there. So what Shirin Mai sees, that once one Devi, one Devi, we call it Devi, with green sari and green bangles and bordered sari, she comes out of the well and she sees Shirin Mai. Shirin Mai is very happy. How brilliant, how beautiful, how well clad the Devi is. Then Devi says these words, "Give your son to me. Wow. Give your son to me. Give him to me." And she goes to, cling and take the son. And immediately, then Shirin Mai wakes up, and then she realizes that this also has some kind of a spiritual meaning. So all these experiences Shirin Mai had, but actually in spite of that, it was Shahriyarji who totally believed this son to be the expected
Divine,
one, you know,
divine one.
and not Shirin Mai, because she was still a mother. And
Right,
being a mother, she wanted him to study, she wanted him to go abroad, she wanted him to marry, and all that. You know, she would pester Merwan all the time. You know, later on, of course, much later. Why don't you get married? You are so handsome, you are so educated. And Merwan would say, but whom do I marry? I don't see anybody except me in everyone. How can I marry? You see, then he says that supposing you are seeing a film, he gives this example. On a film screen, it is not a three-dimensional actor and actress. Can I marry somebody who is not three-dimensional? I
Yeah.
see myself in everyone and everything. How can I marry myself? And that way, he would just, get out of the topic of marriage. When he was young, when Merwan was young, and he started walking much before he was 1 year old, and he would always sneak out of the home. घर के बाहर चला जाएगा, and often the neighbors would again catch him and bring him back home. And the mother was so fed up of him going out of the home that she would catch him and tie him to the bedpost, one
Right.
of the legs of the bed, and she would tie the dupatta or sari and keep him there. That is how. And then the Merwan would cry and then finally fall off to sleep. That was when she was young, when he was young. When he was a little older, he would sneak money from Shahriyarji's coat. That Parsi Dagla is there, and we have got lots of coat. So he would sneak money. And one fine day, Shahriyarji as well as Shirin Mai both saw that the coat is a little high. He's taking the stool, standing on the stool, and taking money from Shahriyarji's pocket. And then he would go out and distribute it to the poor.
Wow.
And Shirin Mai would say, Jo, taro dikro jo chor se karine, and your son is a thief. And Merwan would tell Bobo,
Shahriyarji would say,
Bobo, am I a thief? Memo is telling me, chor, am I a thief? And Bobo would say, no, beta, you are not a thief. Merog was the name. No, Merog, you are not a thief. A thief would not give money to the poor. You are my son and all that. So that kind of character was there from the very beginning of helping. Even later on, when we come to the later life, we will come to that,
That is the Robin Hood. That is the Robin Hood of Shahriyar family.
Oh, yes.
He was taking from the father and sharing it to others.
In one of the diaries, we read that Shahriyarji would purposely, intentionally put more money in the pocket so that he has more opportunity, the Merwan has more opportunity to give it to the poor. You see, but without Shirin Mai knowing what is the amount that he was keeping in the pocket. In one of the diaries, we got to read that much later. Then there is another story which we read in one of the diaries called Bailey's Diaries. Bailey was Baba's friend, what we call as Langotia. From the very beginning, they were friends. But that's another story. We won't go into that. Where it writes that one fine day, Merwan was on the street. The street is still the same, Dastur Meher Road, it is called. Very, very narrow street. You in the middle of in the street. And there was a herd of wild buffaloes charging in. Wild buffaloes. And people who were watching, some observed that all of a sudden, Merwan is in the center and he comes out at the side. And one person observed that out of this entire herd of buffalo, one buffalo, big strong one, comes and Merwan is lying down and walks and keeps the four legs covering Merwan's body.
Whoa.
So that the buffaloes do not trample over the body, and then the entire herd walks away, and then that one particular buffalo, that was another story which
that was
we
a
got
protection.
to know
it
as a protection.
Very beautiful.
So these are some of the stories episodes which we got to know of Merwan's greatness when he was young.
Yeah.
Then after all, his education. He was originally in a very small Parsi school, and then he went into which is called Padamji Gujarati school, and then he changed it to St. Vincent High School, and then he was in Deccan College. When he
Okay.
was in Deccan College, and all these high schools, he was a brilliant student.
Mhm.
He was a natural leader. People would come to him for counseling whenever there is any jagra or quarrel between the students. You see, he loved sports. He was
Wow.
very good in cricket. He
Nice.
loved Indian games, which is kite flying. And in that diary, we read that he used to prepare his own maja. Maja is the string.
Yeah.
They used to prepare it. He would go house to house to collect the empty bottles, and then he
Uh-huh.
would break it and then make it into maja. That's another story. So he loved flying kites. He loved cricket. He loved gilli danda. If people who know these games, gilli danda. He loved atya patya.
Arey
He
wah.
loved atya patya. With this another. He was very good at narrating poetries and ghazals.
Marbles.
Sorry.
Marbles.
Yes, and he loved to, thank you, and he
Yeah.
loved to play marbles. So these are the Indian games that he loved to play. And he used to write ghazals
Uh-huh.
and spiritual poetries
Very
and
good.
post it to those days, Kaisare Hind and what is it called?
Sanj Vartaman.
Saj Vartaman. These were newspapers. He would give those poems and
Yeah.
ghazals, and in the pen name of Huma, Huma.
Uh-huh.
Huma
Yes.
is a sphinx. It's a bird which is eternal. It never dies.
Wow.
It will what should I say, dive into the fire and come
Uh-huh.
out alive. Means it is an eternal bird. So his name under
Phoenix.
the pen name of
Phoenix.
Huma.
Sphinx.
Phoenix.
Yeah,
Phoenix.
yeah.
We call
On the
Phoenix.
plume, Sphinx. Yeah, correct.
Phoenix.
Sphinx.
Phoenix.
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 He was very much loved and respected. Now that you said Navsari, something.
Cosmopolitan Club also.
Sorry?
is Cosmopolitan.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Two things very important. One is he started what is called Secret 17, gang of 17 people,
Uh-huh.
out of which 8 would be what we call, there are 8 people who were the providers of money and
Uh-huh.
items like notebooks, pencils, sharpeners, erasers,
Full supply.
uniform, school thing. They were the providers. They were rich people. And
Uh-huh.
the other they were called scouts. They would find out very discreetly who requires what,
Yeah, baat hai.
because they were all from a poor family. Who requires what? So 8 plus 8, 16, and Baba is the 17. Now these 8s would not know who the other 8s are,
Uh-huh.
from where the money is coming, from where the things are coming. And these 8 would not know who are the providers. These 8 would not know where
Even
the
between
information Baba is
themselves, they would
gathering.
not- even between themselves. they
Even
would not-
between them, they would not know. And things would come to Baba, and Baba would very silently give it to those people whom
Yeah,
the
baat.
scouts have found out. So that is called Secret 17. So
Wow.
that was another thing that he did was he started what is known as a cosmopolitan club.
Uh-huh.
So where people from all castes, all religions, all status, high, low, they would come, and there would always be some spiritual. Each one would be given a turn. Today you will speak. So he will speak on his dharam, on his religion. You will do this. There would be a carom board to play. So
Correct.
all these activities he started, which was known as Cosmopolitan Club.
Very beautiful.
Now, one thing, this is much later, which had happened in Manzile Meme. Baba had the biography of his guru, which is Upasni Maharaj, written out in Gujarati. Bailey had written. And in Navsari, there was one gentleman by the name Sorabji Manchersa Desai, Soma Desai. He was known as Soma Desai. He was a great scholar of Gujarati. He was a
Right.
great scholar of Gujarati. And Baba asked Bailey, who had written, that this book has to be edited. The book's name is Sakorina Sadguru. Sakorina Sadguru. which means Sadguru of Sakori, because Upasni Maharaj was from Sakori. He said, you take this to Sorabji and tell them that I would want him to edit it. So Bailey goes there. Navsari, he's from Navsari.
Right.
Meher Baba has sent me. Please, he has taken that manuscript. Please look into it and edit it. And Sorabji says, what does your Meher Baba think himself to be? Who is he? How dare he orders me like these things? You know, how can he say me all these things and all that? Get out. Tell him I've got no time. I've got other projects on my head. So he comes back. Second time, again he is sent, tell him that you are the only person who is capable of doing it. I would like you to do it. And blah, blah, blah. Again, that Sorabji is so wild. He said, is your Meher Baba some pagal? Is he mad or what? What does he think? What does he think of himself? How can he just dump these things on me and say, do this without any this thing? Third time, he tells Bailey, tell Sorabji that Huma has sent me. That's all. So he goes and told Bailey, even if he does not accept it, just dump it on him and come away. Just dump it on him. So Bailey goes there and says, Huma. And the moment he hears the word Huma, Sorabji was a very keen follower of his poetries and ghazals in the name of Huma. And he was wondering what a brilliant person this person is, that he is writing such deep philosophical, spiritual ghazals and poetries.
Wow.
So when that word Huma comes, he says, who is this Huma? Huma is the same as Meher Baba. Oh my God. I want to come and meet him. I want to come and meet him. So that is how Huma word caught hold of Sorabji, Soma Desai, Sorabji Desai. He met Meher Baba. He became one of his most staunch disciple, and one of his niece, Mansari, she and the entire family, Mansari lived in Meherabad her entire life. And one short story, it is out of place, but it touches me a lot, and that is why I am saying it. Sorabji, एक minute, darling. Sorabji and his brother, there were two. Sorabji was there and another brother was there. One son of one brother and one daughter of another brother, they were to get married. By that time, they were already deeply into Meher Baba.
Yes.
And they were so deeply into me that they will not do anything without asking Meher Baba. So they said that this is the marriage. I know that those family very personally, Manchesha Desai, and what was the lead?
It's okay. It's okay.
So they were supposed to get married. So Baba fixes a date and said, on this day, you fix the marriage. Now, in the meantime, Sorabji's halat, tabiyat becomes weak. So doctor said that he may not survive that long. It is best that you finish the marriage now only. So again, the telegram goes to Meher Baba. Meher Baba says, keep that date. I am coming. Keep that date. After some days, the time came to such an extent that doctor said that Sorabji will not live this night. In this night only, he is going to die. So immediately the telegram goes, and again Baba says, keep the same date. I am coming. So after that was about 4 days later. So when Baba goes and he says, come on, finish up the marriage. When Baba enters Sorabji's room, Sorabji was almost dead, like semi-coma.
Yes.
And he sees that presence, the presence of Meher Baba, and he tries to get up. So Sorabji catches him by the shoulder.
Baba catches.
I'm sorry. Thank you, darling. Baba catches Sorabji by the shoulder, makes him lie down, and says, now I have come. I have kept my promise. Now your job is only one. Keep repeating my name. Keep repeating Baba, Baba, Baba. And there the marriage ceremony is going on. Everybody is enjoying. The the couple comes, Minocher and his... Anyway, the couple comes. Baba says, have Sorabji's darshan. They come to Baba and said, have Sorabji's darshan. They are having Sorabji's darshan. Sorabji is joining both their hands and
क्या बात है?
Drops the body, drops the body. Now Baba says, you go, finish the celebration, do not make any announcement of this death. You all celebrate, enjoy. I have kept my promise. And he survived till the marriage was there. Now, this is one story. Now, after several years, they had a daughter by the name MEHER Desai.
Uh-huh.
And she was a doctor, Dr. MEHER Desai. So Soumya and I, we happened to visit her. She was known to us very well. And we spoke about Baba and very deeply into Baba. Deeply means deeply. Bapai. Minoche Desai and Bapai Desai. Anyway, so I said to Meher that every time I tell this story, I just want to know whether this is of your father and mother's marriage. So you are the daughter, you would know better. So your parents must have told this story. So she said, yes, what you say is correct. But one important thing you have not said. I said, what? I said, when my parents, after the marriage, after many, much later, went and met Baba and thanked Baba for what role he played in keeping Saurabhji, you know. Baba
Alive.
said these words, Saurabhji ni patang to char dara palle kapai gaili. ये तो मैं मांझो पकड़ी राखियो. ये तो मैं मांझो पकड़ी राखियो. Means
Very
what
good.
the doctor said that he will not survive that night was correct. He
Right.
was to go. That kite ka patang ka jo baja hai thread,
Head for
it was
the
already cut. It was already cut. Mean he was supposed to die that night. But I kept that kite flying for 4 more days because I had promised that I will come and I will attend the marriage. So this I did not know till she told, and which is she said this is the most important thing. Just see the magnanimity, the love, the whatever you call it of our Lord, of our Master, that he made my uncle, stay for 4 more days just to honor his own promises. So
very, very.
that I think that should.
This is very beautiful story, and it strengthened our faith in Baba's powers as well
Yes.
as Baba's significance, why he came on the earth as an avatar
Right.
for all of us.
Mm.
And many things that we learn from this story, that there are social dogmas, that how come an old man can marry with the young girl, because
Yes. It's very
society
true.
in the society these kind of things happens out of lustful
Correct.
intentions, and here it is happening on a spiritual level of intention. So there are
Correct.
different things in the life, and when divine things has to happen, it will happen at no matter what cost. And you were
Absolutely.
saying that he was so adorable that everybody, even the neighbors, would like to play.
Yes.
I remember the word Mohan for Lord Krishna. Mohan is
Yes.
like somebody who is so charming that nobody can escape the charm. And
Absolutely.
the song that we sing for Lord Krishna, Kanudo mangyo dene Jashoda Maiya, Kanudo mangyo dene, meaning that Jashoda Maiya was taking care of Krishna, and all the neighbors say that I want to play with him, I want to play with him.
Uh,
That is the same kind of things I
yeah,
connect.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
beautiful.
True.
Very beautiful. Now, the question.
Yeah. Now I think
Yeah,
the.
he has a question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Question that arise in our mind is how come a Zoroastrian boy with all these miracles and interesting thing uh, that transformed into a Meher Baba, because people know him only as Meher Baba, and what is
Hmm.
the story behind Baba's spiritual journey?
Okay. Okay.
But if you want to say something that
No.
cut you off.
Soumya was pointing to that only.
Okay.
Soumya was pointing to that. Okay. So now Baba says that he is the avatar of the age.
Uh-huh.
That he is the same one as Zarathustra, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, and now Meher Baba. He also says that the avatar never comes of his own accord. He doesn't come of his own. It is the 5 perfect masters of the time, of that particular time, who beseech the avatar, who brings him down, who prays and says, take charge of your own creation and manage your own business that way. And the 5 perfect masters of the time of Meher Baba were, as you can see on the screen, Shirdi Sai Baba of Shirdi, Sai Baba of Shirdi, then Upasni Maharaj of Sakori, Narayan Maharaj of Kedgaon, Tajuddin Baba of Nagpur, and Hazrat Baba Jan of Pune. These were the 5 of the time. Baba also says that between every 700 to 1400 years, God himself, in a human form, the highest personification of God, visits his creation from time to time. There is a difference between perfect masters and avatar. The journey of perfect master is from down to up. They are born as human beings, normal human beings, maybe spiritually advanced, and they achieve godhood and they retain their physical form and they have duties to perform. They are known as perfect masters or kutub or sadguru or man god, man becoming God. The journey of the avatar is a descent from up to down. That is why Avtaran means coming down on earth as the avatar. And there is only the avatar. There is no an avatar. Means he is the only one who keeps coming over and over and over and over again. Perfect masters never reincarnate. Anybody who has achieved the goal of perfection, Aham Brahmasmi, Analhak, Soham, God realization, self-realization, or even perfect ones like a Mazub or a Paramhamsa or a Salik, they never reincarnate because their journey is over. Baba has been very emphatic about it, that whosoever claims that he is the reincarnation of, let us say, any of these 5 perfect masters, or Samshatabris, or Maulana Rumi, or Hafiz, or Eknath, or Namdev, or Tukaram, these are all perfect masters, men becoming God, never to reincarnate again. The only jimmedari responsibility is that of that one particular soul who made it all by himself, the very first one. And his consciousness is suffused, in a sense, fixed with the avataric consciousness, and he is the only one who keeps coming over and over again. Baba also explained that even though the avatar, in a sense, is higher than the perfect master, the avatar needs guru to not give him realization because he's already realized, to only remove the veil which is put on him when he is brought down. And the veil is removed either by one or more of the perfect masters, and gradually they would give him the aspects of infinite knowledge, infinite power, and infinite bliss to him. Different people will give different aspects to him. Now, so far as Meher Baba is concerned, he was born like an ordinary human being, in a sense, for our eyes. One fine day, he was going to the Deccan College on his bicycle, and this was May of 1913, when he was passing through a place called Char Baudi, which is a place where Hazrat Babajan used to sit. The place is still there. The Samadhi is still there. Hazrat Babajan was supposed to be 120 years at that time. Yes, wow. Correct. 120 years at that time. And she was of a princely family. She was in Afghanistan. And there's a long story of it, but I won't go into that. In short, she was a perfect master, right? And she just embraced, in 1913, she embraced Merwan, and Merwan lost all gross consciousness. He was like a robot. He just kept the cycle there, went home like as if he's a drunk person, as if he has nothing to do with the universe, with the creation. He experienced something quite different. Right. And then for almost 9 months, he was vacant. Eyes were open. He would not speak. He would not eat. He would not interact with anybody. The family thought that he has gone insane. He has gone mad. And doctors were shown. Injections were given. Every kind of treatment was given. But he was in that totally different state.
Higher state. Higher state.
Yeah, absolutely higher state. And then and every day she would visit Hazrat Babajan in the night, and he would stay with her late into the night. And one fine day in January 1914, when Merwan kissed Hazrat Babajan's hand by saying goodbye, and he wanted to come back home. At that time, Hazrat Babajan held Merwan's face in her palms, looked straight into the eyes, and kissed him on the forehead.
Wow.
That kiss, Baba later on said that with that kiss, Hazrat Babajan made me experience infinite bliss. So
Wow.
infinite bliss was one of the attributes. Infinite bliss was bestowed upon Merwan by Hazrat Babajan. And he was still in that state. He was not at all approachable. He would not be very, what should I say, rational in his behavior and all that. After that, he was inwardly drawn to Narayan Maharaj of Kedgaon. Narayan, now, for example, Hazrat Babajan was ragged, you can say ragged. It was not very, very beautiful looking dress.
Right.
And Narayan Maharaj, in contrast, was also a perfect master. Same experience of infinite knowledge, power, and bliss. I am God state. He would be decked up with jewels and gold, and he would be sitting on a silver throne. We call it Dattatray. And one day, I think it was in April of 1915, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Narayan Maharaj was in his darbar. We call it in his darbar. There were people all sitting over there, and he sees a young man, like, like trudging, like how when we are drunk, how we come. He was just coming close to Narayan Maharaj. Immediately, Narayan Maharaj claps and says, "Today's meeting is over." What we call as Barkhash. Barkha.
Darkha.
Over. Disperse. Everybody go back. Then Narayan Maharaj gets up from his throne. He walks down. He catches hold of Merwan's hand, brings him onto his throne, makes him sit on the throne, removes a garland from his neck and gives it to Merwan, puts it around Merwan, and gives him a mango juice. Later on, we realized it was that pana. There's a drink called mango pana. Yeah.
Amras.
Later on, we used to say a mango juice, and gives it to Merwan, who drinks it. And with that, the understanding is that the human aspect of God was given by Narayan Maharaj to Merwan. Later on, there were many meetings, but I will just cover up the 5 perfect masters. After that, somewhere in December of 1915, he goes to Tajuddin Baba. Now, Tajuddin Baba was a Jalali type. Jalali means gussa, fiery, very, very, very fiery. Whereas Hazrat Babajan had a combination of both, and Narayan Maharaj was purely Jamali. Jamali is very mild, very kind-hearted, very soft-spoken. Even Narayan Maharaj's voice was very, very soft-spoken and very feminine kind of voice. That's what we were told. But Tajuddin Baba was a Jalali, And on that particular day, he was in a very, very bad mood, Jalali mood. And Merwan walks towards Tajuddin Baba. Immediately, Tajuddin Baba's mood changes. He becomes very mom, very soft, very mild, and he has a rose in his hand, which he is waving on the face of young Merwan, and keeps on, "My heavenly rose, my heavenly rose." Not a word was spoken. In Narayan Maharaj's case, they spoke something that I forgot to say. Here, not a word was spoken, only their eyes locked into each other. And then Meherwan turns around and walks away. And here he is still waving, my heavenly rose, my heavenly rose. And it is said that Tajuddin Baba, the Taj, the crown of godhood was given to Meherwan at that time when they both met.
Very
After
good.
that, in December 1915, in fact, before that, he would continue to go to Hazrat Babajan, and Hazrat Babajan would say, there is a sign, there is a sign. He holds the key. He holds the key. But that key belongs to you. You go and ask him. See if he gives you the key. Because Shirdi Sai Baba was a Kutube Irshad. Kutube Irshad would mean he was the head of the 5 perfect masters, and he was the head of the entire spiritual hierarchy of 7,000 human beings, 7,000 people. So Hazrat Babajan would tell Meherwan, the key is there. It belongs to you, but it is with Sai. I don't have the key. You go and approach Sai and see if he gives you the key. So Meherwan goes to Shirdi Sai Baba in December of 1915. At that time, Sai Baba had a habit of easing himself. We call it going for potty, in the fields,
Right.
And he would spend hours together over there, and he would be taken with a band baja. But that Baba later on said it was Lendi. They call it Lendi March, And later on, much later, Baba said that when he would do that, he would be directing his agents. He would be giving duties to his agents. Agents are spiritual agents, And then later on, Baba revealed that Sai Baba conducted the First World War, World War I.
Wow.
That we will not go into that. And Meher Baba conducted the World War II. So that was the scene when he's going and he's coming. At that time, Meherwan, who was with his friend Khodu, he just does what is known as Sastang Namaskar. That means he is prostrating himself whole length to Sai Baba. He's paying his obeisance, he's paying his respects to Sai Baba. And Sai Baba, looking at that, the records say that he also bowed down to Meherwan and uttered this one majestic word 3 times. Parvardigar, Parvardigar, Parvardigar. Parvardigar means the sustainer of the universe. And later on, Baba reveals that with the ucharan, with the saying of that one word, he passed on infinite power to me. So infinite bliss was given by Hazrat Babajan, infinite power was given by Shirdi Sai Baba. And Baba...
That is the key that Hazrat Babajan was telling, that he has the key, he passed it down to Baba.
Yes. That was the key given. Yes, correct. And then, just not very far away, there was a temple called the Khandoba temple. Upasni Maharaj, who was the chief disciple of Shirdi Sai Baba, was asked to stay there, and whatever that may be. So Baba is indicating, Ishare se, that go towards the temple.
Sai Baba is indicating.
Sai Baba indicating. Go towards that temple where Upasni Maharaj was sitting on the threshold of the temple. Umbar we call it, of the temple. And as Meherwan is trudging his way towards Khandoba temple, Upasni Maharaj gets up, lifts up a stone and flings it so hard that it hits Meherwan at the exact spot where Hazrat Babajan had kissed. And it drew blood, and blood was coming out. And still, Meherwan kept on walking towards Upasni Maharaj. The moment they both meet, Meherwan and Upasni Maharaj embraces each other. Upasni Maharaj cleans the wound, kisses the wound, and takes him into the Khandoba temple. Now Khodu is waiting outside. He is so afraid कि क्या होएगा अभी now, what will happen? Already पत्थर मारा, you know. And for 2 days, they were enclosed inside the temple. Nobody knows what happened. Baba later on said that infinite knowledge was given by Upasni Maharaj to me. And the stone is the most gross form. In God Speaks, Baba talks about the grossness of the stone, metal, mineral, and how the evolution did. The grossest of the form was hit, and the same spot where the divine bliss was given, and that was the Baba calls it the stroke of knowledge. And gradually, Baba retaining his I am God state was brought down to the level of the gross conscious, subtle conscious, and mental conscious. In other words, it took 7 long years for Upasni Maharaj to bring him down. When I say bring him down, it is in consciousness. To gradually to bring him down in consciousness. And that bringing down was such a terribly painful affair that Baba would knock his head on window panes, on rocks. There is a Baba in Baba's room in Pune. There is a rock with a dent. Baba would hit his head on the rock. He would, and Baba said that that physical pain reduced his spiritual pain of coming down for duty. That is what we understood much later. So, right. After that 7 years of staying with Upasni Maharaj, so now we have finished this period of all 5 perfect masters. They are masters, there is no doubt about it. But the avatar is the eternal living perfect master. So once we are in contact or in connection with the avatar, Baba himself says, there is no need for you to go anywhere else. And, right. and in so many terms, when we come, as we go by and by, we will do that. Now, how did he get the name Meher Baba? That I'll cover that part.
Yes.
From Meherwan to Meher Baba. See, Meherwan, there was a very gradual metamorphosis, you can say transformation from Meherwan to Meherwan Ji to Meherwan Seth and Meher Baba. It's like that. In 1919, Meher Baba invited Meherwan and another Baba's disciple. By that time, Meher Baba was established as a guru by the name Sadashiv Patel. And Baba, the 3 of them, Baba took them, Upasni Maharaj, they traveled to Nasik and then they passed a village called Gavalwadi, and then they came to a hill which is known as Borghat Hill. And in that Borghat Hill, there is a cave which is called Borghat Cave. So in 1990, this thing happened. And is that where the song?
No, there's a Shiva temple there.
There's a Shiva temple. So, and the 3 of them were there. And Baba, yani Maharaj had sent Sadashiv for some errand, kuch lane ke liye, go and bring this thing. And there were only 2 people in that cave. In that same cave, Upasni Maharaj had fasted for 1 full year. Can you imagine? Unimaginable. And certain records show, under instruction of Sai Baba, certain instructions show that that is why it's called Upasni Maharaj. He was always on Upasni Maharaj. That Baba, some records show that he was so much deeply into that trance that on his body he had developed white ants. White ants is damak. To that extent. Even for Hazrat Babajan, it is said that she would be having wounds in her body and there would be those worms, maggots. You know, yes. How termites. A dead rat or dead dog, and the maggots would fall down. Wow. And she would lift it and put it back on the wound. Le kha beta kha, tera khorak hai na. So it is just beyond us what sort of this thing is there. So in that gufa, 1 year later on, Baba expressed the view that I want to go and be in absolute uh, Baba had three things. One is sahwas, which is meeting people. One is upvas, which is fast, and one is ekantwas, which is the seclusion. Three things. So he said, I want to go for a seclusion for 40 days. I want a certain site. So there was one gentleman by the name Sayyid Sahib. We know Sayyid Sahib. So Sayyid Sahib suggested some names, but Baba said no. Then Baba himself said, we will go to that same cave of Borgad.
Okay.
So Sayyid Sahib and Meher Baba would be in the cave in seclusion. Sayyid Sahib would be sitting outside the cave day and night, except in the morning, Sayyid Sahib will go to his home down in Nasik and bring fresh milk for Baba. So for 40 days and nights, Meher Baba survived on plain milk. And after those 40 days, yeah, correct. After those 40 days were over, Sayyid Sahib and Baba again came back to Nasik in their own hometown, home village. And Baba said, let us call all our friends from Pune. So there were many friends from Pune who came to Sayyid Sahib's home in Nasik. And it was at this time that Sayyid Sahib made a prastav. We call it the prastav. This Mehran Ji, Mehran Seth does not, he is such a great soul. How will stay like this for 40 days only on plain milk? And so we must give him a different name. So then many people suggested, once somebody suggested Meru Baba. And then finally, sorry.
Yeah, this is amazing story as we are hearing and we are learning how the five masters have influenced the life of Baba and how spiritual path or spiritual journey is predestined. It is not something that we are saying that I want to graduate from this school or this university. It is not like that. It is something that even the person does not know, because when we are taking the birth, we are not bringing in our known consciousness what is called RAM memory. We are saying like in the computer language, but in the ROM, in the hard memory, you have that as a subconscious memory. Only after coming in contact with the living masters, perfect masters, like what we have heard about Hazrat Baba Jan, about Narayan Maharaj, about Tejuddin Baba, Sai Baba, and then Upasni Maharaj, we get unveiled. That is the meaning of unveiling, that you are brought into the reality of your spiritual significance or spiritual identity, as I am understanding from the story. And then Tejuddin Baba, like Sahib, not Tejuddin, what is the Sayyid?
Upasni Maharaj?
No, the last
Sayyid
one.
Sahib,
Sayyid
Sayyid
Sahib.
Sahib.
So
Sayyid
this is where
Sahib.
it is in this meeting that the
Right.
prastav was passed. From now on, you will be called Meher Baba. And
Yeah.
that
So
name
this is,
stuck to him till the very end. So
yeah.
how the name change you wanted to know, and how his spiritual journey. And there are only 5 perfect masters, mind you, not
Right.
6. There are only at any given point in time, only 5 taking charge of the entire creation, not just the earth, of entire creation. They are the ones, and because earth is the most spiritual of all the planets, and therefore the 5 perfect masters are only on planet earth. So
I
with
want
that,
to
I
want to give
only on
special
planet
I
Earth.
want to give special credit to A Joyce on this website meherbabatravels.com, because most of the pictures that we are trying to connect your story with, we received from there. And I encourage audience also to at least once visit this site, because it has some of the authentic photos of Baba and his life story. Go ahead,
correct.
please.
Thank you.
And if you want, if anybody from the audience wants, they can always visit avatarmeherbabatrust.org,
Yes, yes.
where again most authentic information will be available, and not just about photographs but life stories and different facets of Baba's life. Now,
Right.
would you, Acha, you have a question, or shall we now ask
We
Soumya
continue
to
on the
sing
next
one
one.
song? Sorry?
We want to know the next question from Soumya ji, that now we know the spiritual journey of Baba, how he got recognized as avatar. Let us go to Soumya ji. We want to hear something from her about one of the most important person in Baba's life, Mehera. So
Mehera.
we want
Sure.
to know, Soumya ji, who was Mehera and how did she get connected with Baba?
Yeah. Um, in every avataric advent, uh, either you call the advent avatar, Rasul, Messiah, there is a female counterpart. And like Sita, Ram, Radha, Krishna, Mary, Christ. So in this advent, there was Mehera for Meher Baba. And she played that a very pivotal role of the female counterpart of the avatar. And this role is the highest, purest, and most spiritual relationship, which consists of divine love that humanity cannot even comprehend. It is it is it is that she is Baba's beloved. She's the one who Baba said loved him the way he should be loved. So that was that exalted love that she was blessed with to love. She was the one who represented creation, Maya. So now and her love reflected Baba's image for the purity, and like none other could. Now, Mera was born on 7th of January in 1907 in a place called Sukur, which is in that undivided India at that time. She was born early morning to Zoroastrian parents Jahangir and Daulat Irani in the Sindh province, and which is now in Pakistan. Uh, Mehera, the name Mehera is the feminine of Meher, the word Meher, which can mean sun, love, companionship, all those aspects. But Mehra was more keen, and she liked the moon more than the sun. That was just a personal, that was her first personal affinity. So she had a sister and a brother before her. The elder one was a sister, and subsequently a brother, and then that was Mehra. Her brother died when Mehra was about 2 years. When the brother was about 2 years old, the brother died. Now Mehra liked all the things that were the good things of life, you may say. She liked best clothes, she liked fashion, she liked food. She was very particular about, especially she liked non-veg, and she loved tea. She also was okay with coffee. Now we are talking about the human aspect of her personality. And she would love to sleep, she would love to get up late. She, by her own admission, she was very slow about many things. But the only thing, if at all, she was very quick. She says that, when she was to be born, she was born before the midwife could come. That was the only time she was very fast, but otherwise she was supposedly very slow by her own admission.
Right.
And she was very playful. She loved outdoors. She loved climbing trees, riding horses, running in the fields, climbing hills, and she took great pleasure in gardening. She liked poetry. She enjoyed reading fairy tales. She loved romantic movies. Then she loved traveling by train. That was she liked. She enjoyed, and she enjoyed very robust health. She used to love to fall sick so that she couldn't go. She wouldn't need to go to school. She
Oh,
liked to do things very nicely, but she said that her handwriting was an embarrassment. She didn't like her own handwriting. Now, the about her name now, she was christened Mehra. She went to a English school, where a convent school, where she was addressed as Mary. Then she got to know of Meher Baba through her mother, Daulat Mai got to know of Meher Baba through Daulat Mai's sister Freni. So Freni would tell about Meher Baba, and she happened to visit Meher Baba during one of the satsangs. There was bhajan programs which would happen in Pune. So Daulatma used to go and visit those bhajan programs, and she used to like the bhajan program, and she used to like Meher Baba's whatever, what she used to see and observe Meher Baba. And Freni was also used to go and visit Upasni Maharaj in Sakori. So that's how Daulat Mai used to go and visit Upasni Maharaj in Sakori. And she used to take the children also there. So the children were, though they were of a very, economically very strong family, she thought that she needed to ground the children with spirituality. And she felt that going to Upasni Maharaj's ashram, all those would have an impact, give some spiritual background to the children besides, the affluent setup that they were in. So that's how Baba came into Mehra's life through her mother. So now that mother had taken them to Upasni Maharaj's ashram, she liked that, the place over there, and she wanted Mehra to stay there. So when Mehra started staying there, and Upasni Maharaj also encouraged, so there she was known as Meera. Meher Baba named her Meera. So Upasni Maharaj named Mehra Meera, thinking that Mehra would be too tough for the Kanyas over there to pronounce, So
Right.
she, for whatever reason, she was Mehra at home, she was Mehdi at school, and in
Mira.
outside Mehra, and she was Meera. And at that time, she did not know the history behind Meera, the
Right.
perfect master, the Saint Meera. Much later, she got to know, and it was not a coincidence. It was just a dedicated name Meera given, so that she would embody all those attributes of purity later on, because uh, Upasni Maharaj groomed her to become the female counterpart of the avatar. She went through a training, Upasni Maharaj introduced her, she saw how you should respect a master, the arti and all that, so she was actually groomed by Upasni Maharaj
Fatima.
when she was, by Upasni Maharaj when she was in Sakori, when she was staying there. And at that time, somewhere in October 1922, at that time, Meher Baba was he had his first ashram in Bombay, which he had named as Manzile Meem in Dadar, a bungalow in Dadar, which was hired, and Baba had named it Manzile Meem, meaning the house of the master. He named that. The bungalow had some other name. As long as he was a tenant there, it was called as Manzile Meem. So Upasni Maharaj asked Meher Baba to come to Sakori. He had the sole intent that Meher Baba sees Mehra, to put a stamp of approval that she should be the consort of the avatar during this avatar. And Mehra also happened to see Meher Baba fleetingly. But when they went to Upasni Maharaj's ashram, the first person she sees is Meher Baba before she could set her eyes on Upasni Maharaj. After coming to Meher Baba's now she's already being trained. After coming into Meher Baba's fold, it is observed over a period of time that she gave up all her likes and integrated her dislikes to comply with the severe orders and restrictions and duties that were specifically issued by Baba from time to time. There was very many, it is an episode in itself of the trials and tribulations she had to go through to go against a basic character. She loved outdoors, she loved fashion, she had to be indoors, she had to, cover, she loved her hair, she had long hair, she had to cover her hair, she had to wear long sleeves, she had to wear only sari, she was always fond of latest fashion, she couldn't indulge in that. So, food habits, all those aspects she integrated just because she began to love Baba and to adore him as her master. Of that, and Mehra was only 16 when she first came to Mehrabad. It was in May 1923 that she came to Meherabad. And that was the time she actually saw Meher Baba from close quarters. She happened to see Meher Baba when she was, Upasni Maharaj's ashram in Sakori, and she was told that that is Meher Baba, that is Meherwan, that Upasni Maharaj likes this Meherwan so much. At that time, he was still Meherwan in 1915. It's only in 1920s that he got his name Meher Baba. So in Meherabad in 1923 was the first time she actually got to see Meher Baba from close quarters. And true to her style, and there was a post office at that time which was very close to which was occupied by Baba and the women mandali, which was very close to the railway track which still runs in Meherabad, which of course was later on dismantled. And by the sideline, just sharing that the stones of that post office were used to build Baba's samadhi later on, subsequently. So in the post office was a time that Mehra first happened to see Meher Baba at close quarters. And true to her style, she was wearing a stunning magenta sari with shining border and her hair loose and flowing. That was the way she saw Baba. Yeah. And of the 5 perfect masters, Mehra had personally met Baba Jan, Upasri Maharaj, and Narayan Maharaj. And she visited the tomb of Sai Baba. But she had not met Tajuddin Baba, nor had she visited the tomb of Tajuddin Baba.
Right.
Now, Baba always conversed with Mehra in Gujarati.
Okay.
And he was, and Baba never wrote to her directly. If at all, Baba would send chits or notes to other members of the mandali, women or men, but to Mehra, he never wrote directly. He would send messages for her through some of the mandali, but never wrote to her directly, nor did she write any messages to Baba directly. And from the beginning, it was noted throughout by the mandali who were there that she had held, Baba had given her a special status. And it was unspoken at first, and then Baba made it very known that she is my Radha. So, and Baba's personal as physical aspects were at one time handled by his very close mandali by the name Gustaji, and somewhere in 1924 around October, and Gustaji, and sometimes Baba's spiritual mother Gulmai used to comb his hair, attend to his physical form. But from October 1924, that role was given wholly. She was like an orderly for Baba to handle his physical, aspects of his, So, combing his hair, trimming his mustache, nail cutting, and all that, little aspects like that. And
so the beautiful thing that I notice is Upasni Maharaj not only initiated and prepared Baba, he also prepared Mehra for the spiritual journey.
For the role.
He is probably playing the major role in connecting both of them.
Yes.
So this is unique, because many times we are looking only on a three-dimensional way, that this is person, this is boy, this is girl, this is a relationship between the two people. But here it is going beyond. Here it is going on a spiritual plane. How to groom them to stay in the spiritual realm and perform in the three-dimensional worldly matters. This is beautiful. This is something that we should learn and observe in this story, what you are telling us. Amazing thing.
Truly.
We did not know these things, let me tell you.
Yeah.
We did not know this.
Then in Meherabad, what Mehra liked the most and which she felt sacred about was the Jhopdi. The Jhopdi is the place. We have the picture. You have the picture.
Later on.
Jhopdi was the place where Baba walked in.
Agrakuti.
Agrakuti was the first construction which Baba had gotten done. And he gave specifications, measurements about the Jhopdi, the windows, the door, the
structure of the thing. It's like architect
the structure. Yeah. So that particular structure is very dear to Mehra in Mehrabad.
We are going to
Because
have
of
it
Baba's total
later.
involvement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are going to have the
And
image later.
yeah,
That
Baba's.
was one of the aspects of Gamela Yoga, where Baba also participated.
Yeah, that was. Why did you say? Yeah, Cyrus reminds that, Baba had undertaken a Gamela yoga. Like people used to, think that, when you're with the avatar, you'll be given some spiritual, what you call,
Kriya or ritual kind of
yeah.
thing.
But here it was that,
Correct.
oh yes, this is the Jhopadi. This is the inside of the Jhopadi. There's another one also, which, yeah, this is the Jhopadi, right?
Beautiful place.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was one place which Mehra really liked about. Then Baba's sign for Mehra was, he would put his palm like this to indicate small or young. And sometimes you said that means he was meaning Mehra. So
Right,
that
right.
was because when Baba stopped using the alphabet board and then he started using unique gestures. So this was the gesture to indicate Mehra. Then Mehra had participated in Baba's new life, which began on the 15th of October 1949 and culminated in Feb 1952. So she was also she had participated in that. And even when Baba had undertaken this self-imposed suffering by way of this automobile accident, first in America in 1952, so she was very severely hurt. So Baba said that she had participated in his suffering. So, and as a result, she had actually lost her sense of smell. And it was a very she was very severely hurt. After the accident, she lost the sense of smell. And now I'm just giving you little bullet points about her
Right. Nothing
life.
to. It's
Yeah.
okay. We can understand.
Now we are coming to, like, in Satara in 1955. They were staying in Satara for some time. So at that time, by which time Baba had already come out with his magnum opus, The God Speaks. So Baba had given her a personal copy, Mehra, a personal copy, signed copy, and it was the only book that he had asked her ever to read. She was not the one to read, but this was one book which Baba had asked her to read, saying that every day read for half an hour until you finish it. And in this way, Mehra completed reading God Speaks, which is the only book by and about Meher Baba that she ever read.
Wow.
So much for, yeah. Then now we are zooming and fast forward to 1967. 1967, and Baba used to celebrate. Most Parsis are very finicky about celebrating special days according to the Parsi calendar, Zoroastrian calendar. So
Yes.
this was also no exception. So early days also, Baba's birthdays used to be celebrated according to the Parsi.
Tithi, we call it Tithi.
Parsi calendar, the Zoroastrian calendar. Similarly, even for Mehra, her birthdays used to be celebrated according to the Zoroastrian calendar. So in 1967, for the birthday for 1967, Baba once mentioned, when Mehra dies, she will get liberation. And and at that time, her birthday was to be somewhere in December. She was born on 7th of January, but the calendar progresses.
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
It has
one
lunar
day,
and solar both combined, I think, Zoroastrian calendar.
So every 4 years, one day it progresses. So in 1967, her birthday was to fall somewhere on the 22nd of December. So on 21st night, Baba had night watchmen. So around that time, Bhauji used to be the night watchman. So Baba is telling Bhauji during the night watchman duty he had come for. He said that he tells Bhauji, please write a birthday song for Mehra, adding, he's telling Bhauji, don't write Mehra to be mother or divine or someone very high or advanced. If you want, you can say she's my Radha. But
Wow.
don't write all those high sounding words. She's my Radha. You can write that because the emphasis was love, the way she loved Baba. So
Wow.
that
Very good.
aspect of love should come out rather than, people worshipping her.
Revering
Yes, it's
and
another,
showing more respect kind of things.
yeah, for the love that she had for Baba, because she was so pure. So that aspect of Mehra should come out, was what Baba is requesting Bauji to bring out in that poem for Mehra on her birthday of 1967. So Bauji now explains that Baba did not want people to worship Mehra like they do Godavari Mai. He
Uh-huh.
meant that as Krishna had loved Radha, so Baba had love for her. And besides, Myra also disliked anybody calling her Mai, means
Uh-huh.
mother.
Yes.
She said that Indian women had the habit of calling her Mera Mai. So
Yeah.
she said that I'm not married and the mother of children to be Mai. It's all right, because in the Parsi community, when you say Mai to a lady, it is more out of respect. Like in Maharashtra, you say Bai. Like
Uh-huh.
you, for example, Lata Mangeshkar was called Lata Bai. It was out of respect. So
It is the
as a
eldest
respect
sister
out of
generally. Yeah,
Mai,
eldest
yeah.
in family is called Bai.
Yeah. So she was okay with men calling her Mai. So she said it's okay for men to call Mai, but so because and that was Mera's the way she liked it, Baba
Preference.
Baba instructed Bhau not to refer to Mera as Mai or mother in his birthday poem for Mera for this particular reason, because she did not like it. Baba celebrated Mehra's birthday according to the Zoroastrian calendar. After it was last celebrated with Baba on 22nd December 1968 at Mehrazad, Mehra kept to this date. So even now, if it is Mehra's birthday, we celebrate it on 22nd December of every year, because
Wow.
Mehra liked it that way.
Because the last celebration
Baba had
before Baba
celebrated.
passed over was 22nd December
So in the memory
1968.
of Baba's association as the last birthday,
Yes,
he wanted to
yes,
keep it that way. Very beautiful.
yeah. Yeah. And also one thing, if it will Baba had said, is Baba had told Mera, never swear by my photograph.
Wow.
Don't say, don't swear by my photograph. Now we are now zooming on to 68. We did 67 Baba's this thing request for Baba's for Mera's birthday poem. Now we are coming to 68. In 68, 1 year to the day before Baba could set aside his beautiful form, Baba had initiated a more public, because Baba had always kept Mehra sheltered, cloistered. He had kept her so away from, especially from men, that if at all any person had to come and do some plumbing or electrical work or something, that man's voice, even a man's name could not be uttered. It
Okay.
had to be used with a female name. So that was the way Baba had. Even when they had to go out at one time, she had to put glasses, and the inside would be pasted with brown paper so that she couldn't see. So somebody had to hold her by the hand so that she doesn't fall, and lead her.
Right.
So
Right.
that was the way she was so sheltered and cloistered. Now
Okay.
Baba suddenly in 1968, 1 year to the day, to the year, 1 year to
31st
the
January 1968.
Baba decided that she has to adopt a more public
Exposure.
exposure. So what he did was, he asked Mehra in Mehrazad, he asked Mehra to stand on the porch. There's a porch there. He tells that, you must know and greet all the men mandli that Baba had with him. So that's how she stands on the porch. Now she's very scared. So Baba saying, don't worry. All you have to do is say Jai Baba. I'll be holding your hand. So all you've got to do is say Jai Baba, because he wanted her to, now face the world.
Right.
So she said Jai Baba to many, to all the men who filed past her. and she was understandably very nervous. And Baba told her, "Don't be nervous. You'll be holding my hand. I'll be holding your hand." Baba had Mehra wear a sari for the occasion, and in his frail health, he sat on the chair on the porch while she stood beside him, her hand in his. That is Mehrazad, some of the pictures that we
Yes.
just now saw. Yeah, these are all pictures from Mehrazad. And all the resident men Mandli of Mehrabad, along with some from Ahmednagar, and silently walked to the porch towards Baba and Mehra and stood before them. Then, as directed by Baba, Mehra greeted them with folded hands, saying, "Jai Baba." Baba was planting the seeds for the part Mehra would play after he dropped his body. Beloved Baba's last message to Mehra shortly before he dropped his body, sent through money, was, "Mehra, be brave," which seemed like Baba asking Mehra something. It was not as much as asking Mehra, as much as giving her the strength to be to be brave. Yeah. And that is why she could, that strength flowed with Baba's that message, be brave. And that is why she was able to brave the difficult period that is so difficult for her without Baba. And she had to also play a role in what was called the Great Darshan, which Baba had planned. After he dropped his body, there was, even before when he was in his physical form, that life circle number 70 had drawn out, that there would be a Great Darshan, which was named Great Darshan, from April to June 1969 in a palace called Guru Prasad, which was given to Baba by the Maharani Shanta Devi of Baroda for Baba's use in the summer months. I think somewhere from 1958 that was being occupied till about 1967. Baba used to go every summer to Guru Prasad. So most of the Pune Mandli could have that first-hand rapport with Baba, as well as also, lovers from
Even
Bombay
from
would
Bombay,
come. Yeah. So, and that was also the scene where Baba had orchestrated his East-West gathering, of
Yes,
huge
yes.
gathering of people. So that was the same place where this 1969 Great Darshan took place, where Mehra addressed the entire Baba community, only
where I was
lovers of
also
Baba.
invited to come by Baba.
Yeah, Cyrus was
You were
invited.
supposed to go first time
Yeah,
at that place.
Yeah, we
yeah,
had gone
yeah.
there. We had
So,
gone.
yes.
People had chartered flight. They had come by chartered flight,
Wow.
knowing fully well that Baba is not physically there, because it was an invitation from God to come and attend, and we
Right.
had given a word that yes, we will come.
And it was only for lovers. It was
It
not
was
for the
only for
general
lovers, not
public.
for general public.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, so there she had she stood up and she addressed the gathering, which she had never done before. And so that's how she filled the role that Baba had chalked out for her. And that was the first time she spoke at a public function.
Wow.
So yeah, now so this is so much as to,
What an amazing love story of the
yeah,
divine. You can say that this is the
yeah,
divine love story. It is the Radha
yeah,
Krishna or Ram Sita kind of things where there is sacrifice, at the same time there is so much unconditional love that is spreading and given to the society, to the world, people around you. Amazing thing. And how much discipline is observed
oh
throughout this
yes,
companionship. This is what we want to see, that this is Mani, Baba's sister, and you can see there is a woman's monthly and there is a men's monthly, all traveling
yeah,
to, all being part of it. And I have watched this video of Mani also.
yeah.
She very high respect for Mehra also.
Yeah. Now here I'll just after dropping of Baba's form, Mehra was very distraught, So and Baba was also a master psychologist. He had orchestrated this great darshan, so they were so busy, planning it and wanting to make it memorable for Baba lovers, So they could not indulge in their personal grief. They were so busy in the planning and how to execute and make it, memorable and successful. So after they returned from the Great Darshan, because the Great Darshan was from April to June 1969. So by July, they are back again in Guru in from Guru Prasad. They're back again in Mehrazad, which was their residence, place of residence. So there, that is when each one started experiencing their grief, and Mehra most of all. So and it was so difficult for her to to try her best to please Baba by not worrying, not because Baba had sent her a message that not to worry, be brave and courageous. So, and she would be so distraught. So Mani would remind Mehra and remind her that Baba used to refer to you as Radha. So this separation is but another tune played on his divine flute for you to dance to as perfectly as you had danced the sweet music of his physical presence. So it is so wonderful, the opposites, that acute opposites that she went through during Baba's and the choice of words of Mani, that you had to dance to the sweet music. Now you have got to, this divine flute is playing this music, so you have got to bear with, and she did. So now, with the tide of activity almost now at low key, she was now one day she was standing around July 1969. She was standing at a window and looking out, and suddenly she felt like something drawing her attention, like, look here, like, she felt like, and she looked straight out, and there was a tree, Umar tree, and she looks at the tree, and on the bark of the tree she sees a picture of Baba's image. Yes, Baba's image formed over there, and
Wow.
comforting her. She felt, because she was so acutely remembering Baba, and this image she could see suddenly, she had not seen it till then. And suddenly, when she was so reminiscing Baba, she happened to see this bark of that Umar tree. And then she calls out to Mani and she says, look at it. And it was like, Baba consoling her, telling her that I'm here, I'm in your heart, I'm in the heart of my lovers, I'm everywhere. So, that consolation that Baba was near her and with her was what this image on the tree conveyed, which was such a consolation for Mehra. And then, now, and also Mehra, she look at the level of thinking. She says that this picture is coming on something which is living. Had it been on stone, it was different. Now, if she says the fact that this picture of Baba, image of Baba, is coming out in something alive, meant all the more special for Mehra. And which this image lasted for about 7 years, till about 1976, and thereafter the bark started shedding, but it had already worked as a balm for her. And then Mehra's at that time, when this image appeared, Mehra told Mani, why don't you take a picture? So Mani felt it was so faint. And then after a month, she felt, no. Now the picture is really complete, and it looks like the sculptor has finished the job. And that's when Mani takes this picture and then sends it to the trust office for the picture to be developed. And that's how the picture was shared to all of us. Yeah. Now, Mehra remembers, later she remembered that somewhere in 1959, Baba had some lovers of his visit him at Mehrazad. And he was taking them around Mehra's garden. And there was this Umar tree which Baba pats, and says, I like this tree very much. So Mehra wonders that Baba said that he likes this tree very much. Oh, maybe because it is giving so much of shade that Baba liked. And when this image appeared on the bark of the tree, that must be the reason she said that Baba liked the tree, because it was like an instrument for Baba to
Signature that
console.
yeah.
Console, yeah, it was ready at hand for Baba to console Mehera by, its bark forming, even the contours of the forehead, the dents, all of it. The bark was so ready at hand to volunteer for Baba. So maybe that is why. And also, Mehra remarks that, the Umma tree is much revered by the Hindus, as it is said to be the seat of Dattatreya, who is the embodiment of the three aspects of God, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, the creator, sustainer, and the dissolver. So
Yes.
when Baba left his physical form, his sustaining presence helped Mehra immensely to survive and come out of the deep sorrow of separation. The image of the tree also served another important purpose. After Baba dropped his physical form, Mehra was thinking of moving back to Mehrabad and living there as before, so that she could be closer to the Samadhi, to Baba's Samadhi. But with the appearance of Baba's image on the Umar tree, it was like a sign for Mehra to remain at Mehrazad. So that is the tree, and that is how she survived the separation from Baba. And do we have time? I can just rush through.
Please take your
Baba's
time. Don't
last, Mehra's last days, like she lived, like when people used to come and meet her, she used to live the days that she lived with Baba and recount all those experiences, So it was like they were living, they were seeing Baba. They were, it never felt that Baba was away. That
Yes.
was a beautiful role that there was a link that Mehra played
Through her, people feel the
with the
presence.
new lovers of Baba, hitching them on to Baba to love him. And, that sweetness of that divine love was what she imparted to all those new lovers who came and flocked to know more about Baba. So that role she performed to the hilt. Now, we coming to during the last days, Mehra had developed a tumor, and she couldn't remember names. She couldn't remember little things. It became so difficult. But the tumor was, and nobody told her that she was so ill. She only knew that she was not keeping well. But the Baba's mercy, it was that, the tumor would generally result in severe headaches, which was spared. Mehra was spared of those chronic headaches, but she only could not speak well. She could not remember, but she could remember Baba's prayers and arti, Bujave Nar. That was it was so marvelous that people observed that all the other things
She forgot.
was not registered except for Baba's prayers and the arti. So, and she would not eat well, but if you mention Baba's name, she would light up, and that was food for her heart and food for her body. Mentioning Baba's name, or Baba's dhun or something like that, was which nourished her body and
Namanji, the tech team, we just want to let you know we
Naman.
lost your video. We lost your video. Not a problem. Now I will just okay, you are back. Not a problem. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. And she was only for him, and to the end. So that was it. But now, on the evening of 16th May 1989, Mehra closed her eyes. She was very ill, but now that she closed her eyes to all the external objects till the final moment when her Lord and beloved came to her rescue. So now we are coming to Saturday, the 20th of May. It began like any other normal day for her new normal day. And the women were around singing Baba's name as they often did. And it was then that they noticed that Mehra's pulse was very rapid and her blood pressure kept dropping. The signal was clear. And that was when Mani pressed Baba's favorite picture of Baba, which Mehra liked, on her forehead. And Baba's sandals were also placed on Mehra's forehead. And with one voice, all kept singing loudly, Meher Baba, Meher Baba. And when it happened, it was like a brilliant flash of lightning that the women were totally unprepared for. Mehra was lying on her side Suddenly, as though the shutters she had kept locked, she was not opening her eyes. She opened her eyes, and she flung open her eyes as if she was watching something very beautiful, and 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 in she opened her eyes, and as if she was seeing the beauty and glorying of her beloved. And in a moment, Mehra was gone. It was 9:45 in the morning, 20th of May 1989. And 20th of May 1989 was also Buddha Purnima, full moon day, the day of Lord Buddha's birth, the day of his enlightenment, and the day of his passing away.
Wow.
And all there called out Avatar Meher Baba Ki Jai 7 times as a song to Mehra's joy of her reunion with the beloved. Then Mehra was buried for readied for the burial. She did not want to be photographed. She was dressed up in her and when she was at Upasni Maharaj's ashram, Upasni Maharaj had given her a ring, and Baba had also, reinforced that ring. So she had 2 rings, and they were never removed. So she was buried with those 2 rings intact, and she was buried to Baba's right as designated. And everybody said that, after she passed over, she looked like a young girl, very sweet and youthful. And so it was that she was not photographed, but we can only rely on the words of all those loved ones who had observed Baba's Mehra's passing over to for her reunion with beloved Baba. And like Baba had said, that of his beloved, Mehra loves me as I should be loved. So
Very
that is Mehra, her role, and her
So
love
I
for
think
her
I
beloved.
think this story inspires all of us, whether you are Baba's followers, lovers, seekers, or those who want to know more about Meher Baba. I would say that we all should have at least desire to love Meher Baba the way Mehra loved him. Because this
So
is what
true.
Baba said. This is what Baba said, and I would say that through such unconditional love only, the divine does his work, and we
Yes.
can do such unconditional love work for the society. The way a young uh, Cyrus ji was writing that I want to be part of your work, and he is
Yeah.
continuously doing that. This is what our desire is also. And like we have heard that Baba established the Cosmopolitan Club, where
Yes.
Baba tried to bring the speakers from different religion, different background, and this is exactly what is happening today at Soul Satsang. Soul Satsang is bringing different people from different background, different gurus, different masters, religion, and our objective is the same. What does it indicate? Here we are seeing the confluence of 3 major religion: Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, and Islam, without any border, without any constraints, without any rules and regulation. That teaches.
And even Christianity, because Baba had many.
Yes, absolutely. So Baba taught us that forget these things in the name of religion or in the name of only this way or that way. We should
Yes.
be loving each other. That is the only message I get from Baba's teaching. And we are going to learn more about what you said. Baba made Mehra read only one book, and that is God Speaks. Tomorrow, we are going to learn a lot of things about Baba's teaching on God Speaks and why he insisted that everybody of us and Mehra also should read that book, because Baba poured his love and everything that he wanted to give in that book. So, we are going to learn more about it. Thank you very much for sharing
Thank
this
you, Baba.
beautiful story about Mehra also. You don't know, but you connected us with Mehra. You don't know, but you connected us with Meher Baba through all the love and information that you are sharing. And we
Thank
are
you,
going to
Baba.
go. This has been covered up already. Let's go on the next part. This question was already covered about the. Uh, we want to know a little bit about the young Baba's Mandali, because we have heard about the female and male group of the people. So, Cyrus ji, can I come to you for this question?
Of course, of course, of course,
Tell us
of
the
course.
young Toli or Mandali about this team, and how Baba established his first ashram in Meherabad.
Okay. Actually, the first ashram was at Dadar in Mumbai,
Wow.
where all his friends, once upon a time friends, and what you call as Toli, they got together.
Uh-huh.
What was taught basically was discipline, was obedience to Baba's orders, and to do it immediately, whatever Baba says. And there are many stories now. Uh, it is such a vast ocean, as I said initially, that we can only take a mugful and try to digest that.
Very true.
There are so many stories concerning Manzile Meme, but the one story where how he happened to come from Mumbai, Manzile Meme, to Meherabad is what we will do. There are many stories before that also, but we'll
Yes.
just jump over that. One day, many people were there, and Gulmai was there, the one whom we talked about,
Right.
Kekashru Irani's wife. And Baba very slyly, I would say, said that I want to go and settle in some place which is very quiet and very different, not city life, something which
Less
is very
crowded. Less crowded.
that's right. Then Gulmai said
1923.
in 1923, 1922 actually this happened, because 1922 Manzile Meme was over.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 1923 again he comes.
Okay.
Months
So
ago.
what would you like to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, please say. Soumya would like to say this. How? Because it concerns a lady, Gulmai. So I would like
No,
to
no, no,
give.
we can do it together.
Okay, we'll do it together. We'll do it together. So Baba very, very slyly, in a sense, said, I want to get out of this Bombay life and all that. So I'm looking up for a place. And Gulmai says, why don't you look at a place which we have in Arangaon? And Baba says,
Wow.
what is there? Where is there? Oh, not only that, but it has been predicted that you would come there.
Wow.
And then Gulmai says this story of a very advanced spiritual person. His name was Hazrat Maula Gilori Shah,
Wow.
who used to live in Ahmednagar and used to frequent Gulmai and Kekashru's home. They would be feeding him off and on. And he was asking Gulmai that when I die, I want my tomb to be in a place which is almost, let's say, 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers away from the city.
Mhm.
Why would you like to be there? Why would you like to go there? Because you have a place there. I would like to be buried there when I die. And that is where he says, because Gulmai said that your Muslim followers will never allow us to keep your grave so far away and all that. He said, don't bother about them. Don't worry about them. You people are all innocent people. You don't know what is going to be this place. And that
Wow.
is where he actually says that a great one will come and settle there. Subsequently, names Meher Baba would come. And even if Meher Baba were to walk around near my Samadhi, where actually Samadhi is there, Gilori Shah, we call him. Even if the dust of his feet would fall on my Samadhi, I would be so blessed.
Yeah,
So
wow.
that is what was predicted by Gilori Shah. And Baba, I would use the word, pretended as if he doesn't know. And he said, okay, let us see. We'll see to this. We'll look into it that way. And it was at Manzile Meme only where he arranged a marriage between Gulmai's son, Rustam Irani, and Mehra's sister,
Oh,
Freni.
wow.
And, yeah. So that is where they exchange rings and all that. And Baba said, okay, I will come to Ahmednagar when the marriage takes place. In that marriage, they had some plan to marry off Mehra also. कि
Wow.
कोई अच्छा लड़का मिलेगा तो
तो
हम
बहन साथ में
because
हो
in
जाएगा.
marriage you see who is a prospective groom and prospective bride. But what had happened, Mehra had gone to Sakori,
Uh-huh.
and there she injured her knee. Something went wrong with the knee, and she could not suddenly, and she could not walk. And so when she was called, Upasi Maharaj said, "Why you want to take her? She's in pain. Never mind what will happen. She will not be in the wedding." So that entire plan of trying to
But
find out, it got jeopardized, And then, of course, parents are such, they would not leave her,
right,
And
right.
then this topic again came to Baba when Baba settled in Meherabad. And Baba said, "I will only ask one question, and I will only ask Mehra. So, Mehra, would you like to get married?" Immediately, Mehra said, "No, I don't want to get married at all." And Baba says, "Now this chapter is over. Now no more talking about Mehra getting married." So how he happened to come to Arangaon, which is the village, is that Arangaon was owned by Kekashru Irani. This
Okay.
was uncultivable land. It was such a, like a
Not
jungle,
not not good for farming.
not at all. And when Baba came for the marriage, this was again divine Leela, the family was speaking ill about Meher Baba. "Ye
Uh-huh.
dhongi che, ye che, wo che." And Baba got irritated and he walked. Now these are all divine Leela. He
Uh-huh.
walked and came to Arangaon, which
Okay.
was then later on named as Meher Abad. And so Meherabad, that
Wow.
way.
Okay.
Samya, would you like to say that First World War, Kekashru's?
Right.
We covered it.
Okay, I covered. So how he came? He came because of this reason, that there was a marriage and it
Uh-huh.
was in Ahmednagar, and he was
And
ridiculed by
Gilori Shah
family,
had
and he
predicted.
ran. He just walked away and came and settled here, and that is how that first.
And there was another saint whose name is a local saint called Buaji Bua. And he lived here about 400 or 500 years before. And Baba, during one discussion, he said because of Buaji Bua and Gilori Shah, he selected this
Wow.
place
This
which
place.
he named as Meherabad.
Pandarpur is supposed to be a very important place. Pandarpur is in Maharashtra,
Uh-huh.
where Gadge Maharaj had ashram and all that. And this is called
Vithoba,
Chota Pandarpur. This is called Chota Pandri. Chota
but
Pandarpur.
Pandarpur because of Buaji
Because
Bua.
of Buaji Bua.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but
so that is how Baba. I mean, this place was given to Baba for his physical
And the Mandri
ministry.
said, "What is there in this place? There is no water, there is no nothing." And Baba said, "What are you saying? Where the fakir resides, everything is there."
yeah,
And
but
Baba had predicted, that a day will come when rivers will flow in Meherabad, rivers. And today we are seeing so much of water bodies. There are lakes, there are rivers. They're getting, not rivers as a big river, but there is a lot of water bodies over here now after several years, that way. So that
very.
was the first time he came. And
I
then,
just
of course, he
want to,
went and,
I
sorry,
just want to add one thing because
please.
it connects with my master also. That
Ji.
our Gurudev, he was born in Maharashtrian family in Nagpur, but when he came to Navsari and he visited Dandi, this is the similar kind of story that happened. That people have donated the land just near the shore of Dandi, and people say that what will happen? This is all thorns and all the bower and the cactus kind of plants. Nothing can grow here. Nothing can be done in this place.
Fallow land.
Okay, so many beautiful flowers and fruit trees and everything in the ashram that we have for the Samarpan in Dandi. So
Mhm.
this is what I can say, that where the master reaches, diamonds can come out from the ordinary land, fruits can come
Very
out
true.
from the
Very
cactus
true.
like land,
Very true.
and
Very
in
true.
the desert also you will see the orchid with the blessing of this divine presence. So I can just connect with that. Very beautiful
Very
thing.
true.
Thank you for
Very
sharing
true.
that. We can
Yes.
continue on the next part.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so
Go.
I tell you, ne,
Okay. So that is how the
the
first
land was
time the coming. See, what had happened was after the First World War, This nobody wanted to buy this land. It was a fallow land, nothing,
Right,
no
right.
cultivation can take place and all that. And apna Kekashru Iran, Khan Bahadur Kekashru Irani had a partner. And so he asked the partner whether can we buy this and just keep it and see we can use it. He said, no, I don't want to invest my money. But somehow Kekashru's wife said, what is the harm? Let us take it and see. And then it was taken and it was just lying like the idol.
Yeah.
Everything that was of value were all stolen. Everything was stolen. This was everything in a very dilapidated condition. Nothing was there, that way. And from that bahana, that excuse of coming and attending Rustam's marriage and people saying against Meher Baba and Meher Baba walking away from there that you are insulting me now. Now he is not at all hurt by ego, but these are all, as I said, divine Leela. He walks that 7, 8 kilometers 9 kilometers, and comes and settles here. And then that is where he is. And then they were hungry. Everybody was hungry. So Baba is sending somebody, I think it was Pendu, he just see whether somebody can give us something to eat. So there was a Christian person by the name Gangaram Pawar. Gangaram Pawar. So he said, okay, I can give me some time. I'll make some bhakri and chutney. So he made some bhakri and chutney. He brought a bucket and a rope to bring out water from there's a well. It is known as the original well. And the toli, as you said, toli, they slept in the open sky. They were there in the open sky. And in the night, that Bapura Pawar, the Gangaram Pawar, brought a lantern. At those days, there were kerosene lantern.
Yes, yes.
And lantern was brought for Baba and the Mandali. And Baba blesses him, saying, let there be light always. Let there be light in your home always. Words to the effect. Let there be light. And then he became, of course, Meher Baba's very close disciple, Gangaram.
Now you're talking about Baba's initial flock of people. He had, Rasta. There is in Pune. There is a suburb where very low financially, not
Ferguson College.
Not Ferguson.
No, okay.
Yeah, those people were his initial followers. Then because there was a toddy shop, he used to work at the toddy shop. So some people used to come, and that's how he befriended some people from there. Some of his friends were there who joined him. So that is how his first group of lovers were formed. That is.
He would encourage people attending the toddy shop, giving them spiritual talks. Right. And all that. So they were not just the toddy intoxicating, but intoxicating them with his own talks about spirituality and advising them not to have too much of it, just have little and all that. And the father would say, "Arey, you are in my shop, mera dhande ko ye karta hai," that kind of. No. So that was the thing. And that was the core of the people in that Pune region.
Okay, very beautiful. Yeah. Very beautiful story. Very beautiful story. We can move on the next part. So this Manli was also doing a tour. There was a bus that was used.
Blue bus.
Blue bus, yes.
That was way later, yes.
That's subsequent, yeah.
This was during the World War II time. That was during World War II from 1938 to November 1941. When this particular blue bus, why is it called blue bus? Because it was colored blue. Okay. And it had a capacity of about, say, 14 or something. And Baba would make them cram 30. Up double the number of people. And the luggage, you can see, will go so much high. Yes, that way. And it would break down quite often. And there was a little partition inside for secluded women. The women would be, Indian women would be secluded. And what exactly Baba did through this work, we do not know. Only thing is he would go all around India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka and all those places, because this was undivided India at that time, which now we call Pakistan. He would travel and contact the musts. That is very important, that he would contact the must, and what work Baba did with the must, we really do not know. But he would go around this, and then finally, this bus had really there's a word called notoriously overworked. It was so, and that was Baba's principle. He will overwork everybody. Every mandali was exhausted till the last drop of blood, so to speak, and then ultimately the bus would not finish. The work was over, and Baba said, just as it was Krishna's chariot, this is my chariot, and I have done a lot of work, spiritual work, through this bus. And slowly, all the parts they were just dismantled. They were all, and only the superstructure, the khokha we call it,
Chassis.
that was kept, the body. That was also, Baba said, let us draw a lottery, and 100 rupees ka lottery, 100 rupees lottery, and let us just dispose it off. So ultimately the lottery was done, and it went to one gentleman by the name Keki Desai. Parsi gentleman, Keki Desai.
Delhi.
Of Delhi. His daughter is still alive, Meher Desai. There is a different Meher Desai. That was Dr.
Not the
Meher.
Navsari one.
No,
Not the Navsari one.
yeah, this is from Delhi. So and Keki won the lottery. What do I do with this bus now? So again he donates it to Baba. Baba, you only keep it, and Baba, this is where it is. Baba has fixed it permanently as a permanently structure at Meherazad, and
Very
Baba had gone inside and done a lot of spiritual work in his seclusion over there. And in that bus, there is the bed, the surgical bed of Meher Baba, on which he dropped his body. He did not drop his body in the bed which we respect and go Baba's room. This bed was used only for a few days before Baba dropped his body, and it has been kept here as a very sacred monument of Baba dropping his body, and this is kept in the blue bus.
Wow.
And it is now a permanent fixture in Meherazad.
Very, very beautiful story. And the significance of how a car or a truck or the vehicle that is used in this service by the living master can become a place of pilgrimage, because he left his body also in this. And if we go to the samadhi, I think we should have the darshan of this place first, because this is the place that holds so much memory, love, vibration, energy of Meher Baba when he was alive.
Absolutely.
And from 38 to 69, I would say 61, right? What was the year? 69?
1938 to 1941.
41.
Only during the World War II. I'm sure Baba must have done some spiritual work through that. It was not just like traveling and sightseeing India. No, it was a tough thing. It was a very tough thing, and Baba was a very, very hard taskmaster. And there were women of Western women. It is not just Indian. They were all women. And one of the drivers was Elizabeth, who was driving the bus.
Wow.
So,
amazing.
So that is the story of the blue bus. But that is in Meherazad. When you come for the Samadhi, it's in Meherabad. Meherazad is Baba's residence, and Meherabad is where his Samadhi is.
No, I intend to come and visit this place and visit all this.
You must. Yes.
This is a very beautiful thing. Let's go on the next part. We heard that Baba kept silence from 1925 onwards, and all this work was being done in 38, 41 during the World War II time. How did Baba communicate with his disciples and all over the world? I am surprised because his work was promoted. His work was growing every day.
To put it briefly, he first said, I'm going to observe silence from 10th of July 1925. So he goes into the Jhobdi, talking, speaking, and comes out on the 10th morning silent. But he was such a practical master. He had already given all the instructions for everything. The school, the hospital, the mandali has to do what? This is the inside of the Jhobdi, where he went and then came out silent. Initially, he used to write. So obviously, he would write and tell whatever he wants to get done. The instructions were in writing. And sometimes he would use what is known as a slate and a pen. So we used to use that slate when we were small, that it can be rubbed off with a pen. So there would be one heap of slates on one side. Baba would write, show it to the orderly, that person, and on the other side, it would be kept. And the other person would wipe it off. And again, it would be circulated. Like that, yeah, circulated. So that way it started with right initially. Then on 2nd of January 1927, during the entire July onwards of 1925 till the 1st of January 1927, Baba was writing. And he wrote a book which nobody knows what that book contains, except for a few pages which has come out, means it which has been revealed, and that has been converted and published into a book called In God's Hand. So it is actually in Baba's hand. And we have done, I think I have sent you the playlist also of entire Baba's cosmology and things connected with the universe. Baba is writing about the real light and the real darkness and what
Unnatural. Unnatural.
Unnatural light and unnatural darkness. All that is there in the book. Except for that, we do not have much of Baba's writing, except when he signs MS Irani. After that, after 2nd of January 1927, he stopped writing. So now how to communicate? So initially, he would take his finger and point at the alphabets which are there in the newspaper, say Times of India or any newspaper. He would spell it on the newspaper, which was a very troublesome, cumbersome thing. So one of the Mandali members then made a paper chart, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, X, Y, Z. And that would be folded. Baba would carry it, and then he would point out the words, the alphabets, and make it into a words. Then later on, somebody pasted that paper on a cardboard. And then finally, it became what you are seeing now, what is known as the alphabet board. And through this alphabet board,
numbers
and
also.
yes, thank you. And later on, Baba added the numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 0, like that. And he started communicating through the use of alphabet board, like this, correct? Wow. And then on 7th of October 1954, there was a big ceremony
in Satara.
In Satara, yes, in Satara, 1954, where he actually threw the board. He discarded the board, and from then on, he only used his hand gestures and facial expressions to convey whatever he wanted to convey. So that way it went from writing to pointing on the paper, and then the alphabet board, and then finally only through hand gestures. And people who have been with Baba, they feel that Baba not only conveys through his hand gestures and his facial expression, but he also conveys through the heart. So if somebody is addressed to you, irrespective of you not being able to know what Baba is trying to convey through his gestures, you will know it because he will speak it into your heart, and you will get what Baba wants to convey. So that is how it happened. And then that's it. After that, only once after that, after dropping the dropping the alphabet board, only once, one of Baba's disciples, a Western Mandali, Don Stevens, had brought a crew, film-making crew, and he requested Baba that the world would like to know, how did you dictate God Speaks, which is his main book, on the board. And so Baba is giving one message, words to the effect that although I have discarded the board, I have taken it up again only to demonstrate how this book was. Words to the effect, I'm saying. So after that, he never touched the alphabet board. And there were many alphabet boards. It's not just one, because he would roll it, he would fling it, he would hit somebody when he's angry. So it broke. So it's not just one, but there were several alphabet boards, and several people have these alphabet boards.
I would say that IBM stole Baba's idea. This alphabet board became the keyboard for the IBM Indian International Business Machines. And after that, it came everything. So this is something that we can say. And I would also want to say that while I was young, in Navsari we had Rotary Club, Lions Club. They were doing same thing what Baba was trying to bring people for playing the
Yeah.
games and sharing the different ideas through the Cosmopolitan Club. Those kind of club now became international club, and they are doing
Yeah.
excellent humanitarian work.
Yes.
Rotary Club is doing
Yes.
excellent humanitarian work. So these ideas was originating from Pune. Baba started all these things, and it became source for many people to be inspired and do the things. Amazing
It's a
story.
fact, and many people have observed, sorry for interruption, that
No, no.
whatever Baba did at the micro level, it
Yeah.
had its reverberation at the macro
Mm.
level, and it reflects. And there are
Right.
many people have done that research that Baba did this, and this is the result of that way.
So many Baba lovers who are watching this program,
Keyboard.
they are,
Naman is saying keyboard.
Yeah, that's
yes,
what he's saying.
keyboard.
Yeah,
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 that is what I'm trying to
He's an
connect.
IBM.
Yeah, I'm
Now
trying
we
to.
use gestures, no?
yeah.
Abhi we are using
Emoji,
gesture.
emoji. Now we are
Emoji.
using emoji.
So
Yes,
So that
very,
Naman's
also is
contribution. Naman is
yeah,
contribution.
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that
Correct.
is true. Emojis are nothing but
Well,
Baba's gestures, different things that we can
yeah,
see
yeah.
are being used in today's world. But some of the lovers who are watching this program wants to know, do we have one of those boards that we can see? Because you said that Baba threw it on
We have,
somebody.
but we are not at our home. We are in our friend's
Okay.
home.
I can bring it
Tomorrow,
Next
tomorrow. I
tomorrow.
have
tomorrow
one
you have to bring
the
it for us.
photograph that you are having it. I was
Right.
to bring, but I thought it is the question is for tomorrow, so I
We
did
will
not bring it. But
we
I'll bring
want
it
to show
tomorrow.
it. We
I
want to show
I
it
was
for audience.
fortunate. I have been fortunate to have a couple of Baba's signatures, MS
Wow.
Irani, not directly to me, not directly to me,
Through
but
somebody. Through
through some
somebody.
other family, and then they gave it to me. And
Very
also one of the blades which Baba used for shaving.
wow.
Again, definitely not directly. And Baba's alphabet board, and
Yeah.
also the original of New Life message. We will, when we do New Life, we will do that. There is this message. This new
Wow.
life is endless, and even after my physical death, that entire original, which was in
Please share it with us.
1950,
Please share it
it
with
has
us.
become brown and brittle. But I will bring it tomorrow so that we can see that, have the
Very,
darshan
very
of
beautiful.
all these things. Yeah, yeah.
Very, very beautiful. We will go on the next questions. Very beautifully shared. Now we talked about Baba's silence. We want to know about Dhuni. There is something very important about Dhuni
Okay.
that we are
Yeah.
celebrating. We are celebrating centenary year 1925 to 2025, and this program, I want to say something to our audience. These two events started in 1925, Silence and Dhuni. In the beginning of the 2025, I started coming across Baba's videos on YouTube and stuff, and I was listening to Cyrus's interview also on Baba. Because in December 1924, we interviewed Baba follower, the lover, Neelu Bajaj. And in our program for This is Samarpan, she was talking about Baba, and I wanted to know more about Baba. So I also received a gift, God Speaks, the book, from her through Sonalji to me. So I was curious to know more about Baba, and I would say this is the indication Baba wanted to break his silence for the new generation, people who are watching this program, for them. That I got the indication. I wanted to know who is Cyrus ji, and through Nilu ji and Kalpana ji, I came to know him and got connected. And today that program is happening. Listen to this. Baba is breaking his silence after 100 years, and he wants to bring his love, his blessings to each and every one of us, the entire humanity, regardless of our religion, regardless of our guru or master or background. We should accept this because something is happening on a subtle level, the way Upasani Maharaj, Sai Baba, Hazrat Baba Jan, Tejuddin Baba, Narayan Maharaj become instrumental in Baba's life. Something is being unveiled in our life for our spiritual progress. If we can
Mhm.
take it in a positive way with open heart and open mind, probably this program is going to be a total blessing for all those seekers who want to learn about Baba and who want to spread Baba's work and love to the world. So we want to know about Dhuni because these two things are being
Before I do that,
celebrated.
the centenary year is for other occasions also. Hazrat Babajan School started on 21st March 1925. Then
Wow.
Meher Free Dispensary also in 25. Then Baba's silence in July. Then Baba writing the book on 13th of July. And then Baba getting into the table house or table cabin, first time sleeping there 11th October 1925. And then Upasni Sarai, which is like a dharamshala, that also is 1925. And Baba telling the women Mandli that Mehra is my Radha, that also is 1925. So what I'm saying is centenary year for so many things, but now we'll confirm. Dhuni, of course, and Dhuni. Okay, in short, I will say, Dhuni basically it's a pratha with many great masters that they will have the fire. Fire is a symbol of purity, right? And how it happened, how I'm just going to, because it's a long story. I can just tell this that in Arangaon, which is Mehrabad, the monsoons normally come at end May or first week of June. So monsoon will come and then there will be a gap for a long time. And then again, the returning monsoon will be there in September of the same year. Obviously, it goes and it comes back. The monsoon comes back. Now, in this particular year, 1925, September went, October went, and there was no sign of rain. The Rabi crop, as we call, was almost going to die. There was no water for drinking. The cattle would have died if there was no water. So sometime in October of 1925, the villagers came to Baba and besieged him, pleaded with him, Baba, please do something about water. Baba said, have patience, everything will be all right. So they went back, but they could not sustain for long. So on the 10th of November, 1925, in late evening, maybe around 10:30, when Baba was busy discussing certain things with his Mandli members, this group of villagers again came and again requested Baba that, Baba, there is no water, you must do something about it. That was the time when Baba asked the Mandli to dig a pit, a khadda, hole, and he told the Mandli, let us sing Upasni Maharaj's Aarti. Now, actually, that was also on the cards, but we'll see. Yeah. Upasni Maharaj's Aarti. And Baba told the villagers, God has heard your prayers. You immediately go back to your villages. So there was no cloud. It was an open sky. And when the Dhuni was lit and Upasni Maharaj's Aarti was sung, immediately the cloud started gathering and it poured and poured and poured for 15 long hours. It poured. Wow. And the crops were saved, lives were saved, everything was saved, And that is the first Dhuni. Now it's a long story, but how this started in 1925. Number one. I'll now jump straight to 1940. In between, Dhuni was lit, as and when Baba ordered. In 1941 December, Baba was in seclusion. World War II was in full force at that time. Baba was on the upper Mehrabad hill. He was in seclusion. He was covered with a chaddar and he was brought down and Baba ordered the Dhuni to be lit. And Baba said, it is not for rains. Because in the past several times, whenever the Dhuni was lit, it would rain heavily. It is not for rain. It is for some other inner spiritual work. And the Mandli felt that it could be something to do with the war. And Baba did not discuss anything with anybody. Baba did not stay on. The moment the Dhuni was lit, immediately after some time, Baba again went up the same way as he was brought down with a chaddar covering his entire face and body. It was at that time that Baba ordered that from now on, every 12th of the month, the Dhuni should be lit. And that practice, that pratha, is still on even till today. Yesterday was a Dhuni day. We had been for the Dhuni. Every 12th, the Dhuni is lit. And many people sometimes, they say, oh, this is a ritual. No, It is not a ritual. It is in obedience of Baba's orders, because Baba ordered that it should be lit on every 12th of the month, and it is going on. And for all you know, that was the only order, according to my understanding, only order which Baba had given, which is for perpetuity, for all times to come.
Very
So that is the story of Dhuni. And then the next day, the very next day, Baba kept the school closed, everything was closed, and he asked everybody to write a poem on Dhuni.
wow.
So everybody wrote, Padri wrote, Rustam wrote, Padri was okay, Jal, Baba's brother, Jal wrote, and Baba himself wrote that
Wow.
Dhuni poem. And if you want, if we have the time, I can read out the Gujarati,
Yes.
and maybe Soumya can read out the translation. I don't know if we have the time. Just a minute.
No, what we will do,
Why I love this, because Baba has written this
Very-
Dhuni
we want to
poem.
hear, we
And
want to
he
hear in
uses-
Gujarati. We want to hear in Gujarati from you the Dhuni
Yes.
poem, and we want to
Yes.
hear Upasni Maharaj Aarti from Soumya ji if she can do that.
Okay, Zarur. So
So-
now this
जाता
is in a mixture of languages.
Please,
It has
please.
Gujarati, it has Farsi, it has Arabic, it has Hindi, all this. So now I am reading out what
जाता
Baba
नहीं।
wrote in
It's not
Gujarati.
Okay.
Okay. Karu tari sifat kyathi, kalam ma te nathi takat. Salakta meher varsavi, ajab tari che e barkat. તે તારા શોલા તેજસ્વીને કરવા શાંત ખુદ યજદાન કલાકો મેઘને દ્વારે તને આપી ખરી ઇજ્જત હજારોને શફા દેજે ગરીબોની દુઆ લેજે રે તું આપતો જ જજે કોઈ તુજને કરે મિન્નત ચાહે તુજનો ચાહે તુજનો ગુણ વાલી જેવા very sorry. છે તુજના ગુણ વલી જેવા પડે તુજમાં બને તેવા અજબ તારી કરામત છે અજબ લીલા અજબ કુદરત તું ફળદ્રુપ બી કરી આપે ને જડ મૂળથી બી વૃક્ષ કાપે
Wow.
કરે આબાદ ને બરબાદ તારી બાજુ છે બરકત સંભાલે તુજને જે ઇન્સાન કરે તૈયાર 100 પકવાન ને
વાહ.
છેડે તુજને જે નાદાન તું તેને માટે છે આફત વલીની એજ ઉપમા છે વલીના એજ છે ગુંદોષ તરાવેલી ડુબાવેલી વલીની એજ છે ખસલત તું મહેરાબાદની ધૂની નગર પાણી વગર સૂની ખરા મોકાને પહેચાની બુજી ખેડૂતની મહેનત કડક બન્યો તું આતશ થઈ ને પાણી થઈ નરમ બન્યો તે નજીક નાને દેઈ ગરમી ને ખુશકીદી બધી ખલકટ તું બાબાને શરણે રેજે ગુરુને વંદના કેજે ચરણમાં સદગુરુના જે નમે તેની જ છે હિંમત આગાધ મહિમા તેરી ધૂની તુજકો જાને ऋषि मुनि बेराम को सीने लगाया आसमान को रोने लगाया तेरी आंच से बादल पिघला भिजा दिया मेरा सदरा डगला सदगुरु का तू सच्चा दास हमेशा रहना उनके पास कठिन हुआ दुष्काल का जीना उसको तुझसे छूटा पसीना तू है गुरु का सच्चा बंदा मेरे ठंडे हाथ का गरम डंडा.
क्या बात,
It's a
क्या
very
बात.
beautiful,
What a
but still
beautiful poem. And as you said, it has Gujarati, it has Hindi, and it has some of the terms that
some Farsi language,
also. Yes.
even yeah.
Amazing. Urdu. Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah.
So people
So
can
imagine
meaningful.
Baba writing such beautiful poem extempore, that way.
Yeah.
And
I
there is an
also-
English translation which people can read, because this is going to be on the net, on the YouTube. They can read it aram se at their
Yeah.
own convenience. Now about this Upasni Maharaj's Aarti,
Right.
I would assume the same Aarti was sung for the dhuni, I would assume. And then the rain started coming. And this, when Meher Baba, what should I say, recited this arti in front of Upasni Maharaj,
Wow.
in 1919, when they had gone to the Borgat cave, that the cave, as I told you. So
Yes.
when Upasni Maharaj had invited Sadashiv Patel and Meherwan to Borgat cave, and Upasni Maharaj sent Sadashiv Patel to the village to bring something for whatever it is. And that was the time when Upasni Maharaj, when Meherwan has written this
Composed
arti
and sung.
and even recited this arti.
Very
So now
beautiful.
Soumya will sing that arti for Upasni Maharaj.
So this is
Again, we will only do the
I
Hindi.
want to
Sorry.
understand. I want to understand. This is the young Meher Baba Merwan who wrote this
Yes,
article
yes.
for
Yes.
Upasni Maharaj.
Meherwan. He was,
Wow.
Meherwan. In
Wow.
1920, he was christened as Meher Baba. This is
Right.
the story of 1919.
Very
1919.
beautiful. Very beautiful. This is the
Go ahead,
treasure.
Soumya.
We are all getting it. Let's go ahead and hear this.
जय बाबा। ओम तू परमात्मा तू, ओम तू परमात्मा तू, राम तू भगवान तू, राम तू भगवान तू, गॉड तू अल्लाह अहुरमस्त, ब्रह्म तू यजदान तू, ब्रह्म तू यजदान तू, तू जगत करता पिता तू, तू ही पालन हार है, मालिके हर दो जहां तू, एक तू यक सान तू, एक तू यक सान तू, तुझसे पैदा सारी हस्ती, तुझसे कुदरत का निशान, हाजिर है हर शय में यकसा, अज नजर पिन हान तू, अज नजर पिन हान तू, तुझसे कुल खलकत है पैदा, तू जमीनों तू जमान, आसमां खुर्शीद तू कव केब तू मैं ताब तू, कव केब तू मैं ताब तू, हुक्म तू हाकीम तू ही, मकुम भी तू या खुदा, तू ही मालिक तू ही नौकर, तू गदा सुल्तान तू, तू गदा सुल्तान तू, इश्क तू फुरकत भी तू है, वस्ल तू दीदार भी, तू सनम आशिक तू ही है, जान तू जानान तू, जान तू जानान तू, तू है निराकार बेरंग, तुझसे रंग सब आशिकार, तू बशर जिन्नो परी तू, हूर तू ही गुल मान तू, हूर तू ही गुल मान तू, ढूंढता हूँ तुझको या रब, क्यों नहीं मिलता मुझे, फजल करके वस्ल दे तू, रहम कर रहमान तू, रहम कर रहमान तू, सदगुरु उपासनी महाराज तू अवतार तू, मेहर करके मेहरबान को रब की दे पहचान तू, रब की दे पहचान तू। ओम तू परमात्मा तू, ओम तू परमात्मा तू, राम तू भगवान तू, राम तू भगवान तू।
अवतार मेहर
What a
बाबा की जय। Beautiful.
Avatar Meher Baba ki jai, Upasani Maharaj ki bhi jai. Because this prayer reminded me the all religion prayer that I learned as a Gujarati boy. Om Tat Sat Shri Narayan Tu पुरुषोत्तम गुरु तू, सिद्ध बुद्ध तू, स्कंद विनायक करुणा पावक तू. This is such a beautiful prayer, and I want to bring these prayers attention to the farmers in Maharashtra, because there is very heavy suicide rate in farmers in Maharashtra. I want you to listen to this prayer. Believe that Baba has blessed us 100 years ago, and if possible for you, go on 12th of any month to visit this Dhuni. Ask for the blessing before you take any wrong step in your life. This Dhuni is a blessing. Upasani Maharaj is a blessing. Maharashtra has been blessed by so many saints, as we are learning from this story and Baba's story, with the so many other saints like Shirdi Sai Baba, Upasani Maharaj. We are forgetting our own heritage. We are forgetting our own treasure that has been planted for us to be nurtured and to evolve spiritually. If we use our heritage, if we use our blessings that Baba has left for us, Upasni Maharaj, Shirdi Sai Baba has left for us, life will change. And I want to add one more thing. Our living master in today's time, he is doing similar kind of sadhana for 9 days in Nagpur to establish a living energy statue in Nagpur. So if you go on gurutatva.org, you will learn about that also. I am trying to connect the dots. I am trying to connect all of us with the divine powers and blessings of these saints and avatars who came on this earth and who are living in today's time also. If we take advantage of it, I was feeling the electric vibrations, electromagnetic vibrations while she was singing. So Soumya ji, I cannot thank you enough for this prayer. Cyrus ji, I cannot thank you enough for
Thank you,
all the
Baba.
love that you are sharing with us.
One small thing is
Please, please.
important to Baba symbolic. Baba had said that a stick or a sandalwood stick or even a normal stick,
Mhm.
every time in the dhuni, we dip it in ghee and
Uh-huh.
put it in the dhuni. The
Uh-huh.
stick represents our attachment or weakness, and
Yes.
we burn that in the dhuni. So it's a symbolic act of getting rid of all our attachments gradually and weaknesses, which Baba subsequently told in one of the other dhunis later on, much
Very
later.
good. Very
That
beautiful.
is,
And if I don't know about others, but I have visited Udwara, the first holy fire where you brought
yes.
the Sanjan when you landed, all the Iranians I visited that place, and when you go to this Agyari or the fire temple, in front of the temple there is a store where you can buy this sandalwood and
Yes.
you can offer in that holy fire. The holy fire is the same as Ahura Mazda, or
नहीं
Ahura
नहीं
Mazda is the, what should I say, Nirgun Nirakar aspect of God.
okay,
Nirgun Nirakar. And
okay,
Sagun Sakar is Zoroaster. So there is
okay,
one which is attributeless and formless, and there is
okay.
one with infinite attributes and with form. So
Very
Ahura
good.
Mazda is that which is in, when we do God speaks, we realize the beyond state of God,
Right, right,
that
right.
way.
Very
Yeah.
beautiful. No, we are learning this. I am asking these questions because I
Yes,
didn't know,
of course.
and this is an opportunity to learn from somebody who knows this everything. So I love
No,
that.
no.
No,
Nobody
no,
can know everything.
on this सब्जेक्ट आप तो बहुत हम्बल हो, आप बड़े विनम्र हो, आप कभी क्रेडिट नहीं लोगे, बट
नहीं
आई
ऐसे नहीं
थिंक
है, क्रेडिट है तो लेना है ना.
नहीं 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 नहीं
That
ये
is
तो
one thing which we have learned from Baba. कोई भी
यस
कुछ देते फटक से बाबा को छोड़ दो. It's yours. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba.
no, no.
Never
Our
keep
Gurudev
anything.
said the same thing that
Yeah,
don't try to take credit, don't try to
correct.
do the Guru Karya or service in the name of
Absolutely,
person,
absolutely.
but surrender it to Guru because that's where you are not binding yourself in the bondage of karma.
Absolutely,
That is
absolutely.
very beautiful. So I think we have covered most of the things except one
Yes.
last thing that I really want to know, and it is very dear to Baba's message also,
मस्त
because as you were saying
Okay.
that with his toli or mandali, Baba was traveling during the Second World War time throughout India, across Pakistan border, across this Ceylon, and all over India. He was going and finding the must. That is the word that you use. Now we are curious, what is Baba's connection with must and what does it mean?
Okay. Again, I have to make it very short.
Not a problem,
A
not a problem.
must is a person who has lost consciousness either wholly or partly of the world, of the surroundings, of their bodies. They are intoxicated in their love for God. They
Wow.
are very pure souls. They have very pure energy, but they are not something we should not aspire to become must. It is those people who have tried to do it all by themselves. Most of them maybe through some yogic exercises or whatever, and therefore they have lost their inner sense, their balance in their love for God. So they are called must. Now there are different types of must. We will not go into those details because all these details were very beautifully logged or noted down in this book called The Wayfarers. This book is written by Meher Baba's British disciple by the name William Donkin. He was a doctor. He was a practicing medical doctor, and he lived with Baba for many years in India, and he died also here. So all that is logged, or that all that is recorded in Wayfarers.
Mhm.
So we really do not know what work Baba did with the must. All that we know from the externalities is, one is he would, like how we send
Okay, next
sniff
slide, please.
dogs, how we send sniff dogs to find out about the must. The Baba had one person who had a nose to find, and his name was Baidul, Aga Baidul. He would do,
काका बारिया
Kaka Baria would do, even Irach would go along with Baba. They would hunt out these musts. Sometimes Baba would have the meeting with the must there and there, but in isolation, in seclusion. Sometimes Baba would bathe the must, clean the must, give them new clothes, give some money to a nearby genuine person. Baba, unko thoda khana pina dena, take care
Next
of him
slide,
and all
please.
that.
Next slide, please. Yeah.
Sorry?
हाँ
No,
Yeah,
no. I just
that is
wanted them
Muhammad
to
the
roll the
Mast, the first
slides.
one. The
Yeah.
second one is Karim Baba, and the third one is Chatti Baba.
Mhm.
Muhammad the Mast was representing Germany in the Second World War. Now, what that means, we'll have to go deep into that. We can do that. Chatti Baba was representing France, And Karim Baba was such a ferocious must.
From
He
Calcutta.
was in Calcutta. He was in Calcutta. He would not get up from this place which is full of filth,
Mhm.
filled with dirt, all ragged up. And he would not get up for years together. He would be sitting there. Now imagine people are worshipping them as Deva, and
Uh-huh.
nobody dare come close to him because he had such long nails that if he were to scratch you, it will bring out the flesh.
Wow.
And Baba sent a very mild person, Kaka Baria,
Uh-huh.
Baria, and told that bring that musk to me. So Kaka Baria just goes and tells him that my elder brother wants you to come with me. And he gets up after so many years of not moving
Wow.
out from this. He gets up, he's put into a tonga. The entire village is running after this. कि ये कौन आदमी है, कौन लेके जाता है मेरा हमारे संत पुरुष
Baba
को.
go.
And he's put in the train and he's brought to Meherabad. And there is a bamboo cage when you come to Meherabad, a very solid bamboo cage. He was ferocious like a lion, and
Wow.
Baba warned everybody that don't go near him. And Baba did some work with him. What work? We do not know. Did
Right.
some work with him and then again sent him back to Calcutta. So musts are spiritually intoxicated souls with very pure energy. Baba would hunt them out. Baba had his ashram. You have seen one ashram where Baba would shave them, Baba would feed them, Baba would bathe them, Baba would clothe them. But that is only the external. This you can see that Baba is lifting the pail of the poo, so-called, the cleaning the latrines of must as well as of the children of the school. So he would give them this kind of service, but this is only external that we can see. Internally, what he does, we really do not know. The hint that he gives is, I use their pure energy, pure power, innocent energy for my universal spiritual work. What that is, we don't know. And also give them a spiritual push so that they can go forward in their journey towards God realization. So that is all I can. I mean, if it is short, if we
No, no,
want
this
to
is
go
fine.
deep into each one, we
Yes.
can do that. But that will
It,
take,
I think we have
maybe the whole session
encapsulated,
will be done.
we have
Basically,
encapsulated
that's
very
what
well.
they do. Yeah, yeah.
This is beautiful because we just want to touch the main aspect of Baba's life,
Correct,
Baba's
correct,
work,
correct,
and
correct.
people who wants to know about Baba. At least we have
Yes,
covered up most of the important stuff, and
yes.
uh, we will go through this part at least.
This is Gadge Maharaj. I'll tell you this story also.
Uh,
Gadge Maharaj was a sixth plane adept, or you can say what we call
Master.
as Satpurush.
Uh-huh.
Satpurush. Satpurush is somebody in Sufi terminology, he's called a Peer, and Satpurush is somebody who can see the Sat. They can see the truth, but they are still not one with the truth.
Uh-huh.
And he would be telling Baba, please come to Pandharpur once, please come and bless Pandharpur, which is the hold of Vithoba. Vithoba is another name of Lord Krishna. So
Yes.
Baba would say, okay, I will come someday, I will come. And then in 1954, November 6 and 7, 5, 6, 7, or 6 and 7, I think, Baba said, I will come. That was the Ekadashi day,
Kartik
where,
Ekadashi.
and in the Kartik month, where thousands of people would gather for darshan of the Vithoba statue, which is there
Right.
in Pandharpur.
Right.
And Baba said, but on one condition. The condition is that I should be given an opportunity to serve, to serve the lepers who are there. Now, Gadge Maharaj had a dharamshala and one separate dharamshala only for the lepers, for those who are suffering from leprosy.
Uh-huh. We see the photo on the right side. If you can,
Yes, yes. So
you
Gadge
can.
Maharaj said, okay, done. I will give you that opportunity. So when Baba went, there was a lot of kirtan, lot of bhajan, and that is where Baba announced on the public address system.
Gadge Maharaj.
I'm sorry, Gadge Maharaj announced on the public address system, you have no idea how fortunate you are. This is one of my most happy days in my life. We are so fortunate. All these years you were taking the darshan of stone Vithoba. Today, I have brought Sakshat. Sakshat means living Jagat Guru in your presence. So please take advantage of that and have Baba's darshan. And you
Wow.
can see those thousands of people down below on the right hand side.
Chandrabhaga River.
Huh?
Chandrabhaga River.
Chandrabhaga River. Yeah, correct. So that was the announcement which Gadge Maharaj did, and he himself bowed down to Meher Baba. And Gadge Maharaj had following of thousands of people, and he is seeing that our own Guru is bowing down. So what could be the spiritual stature of Meher Baba? And then Baba, after all this, so Baba said, okay, I have done my part of the contract. Now I want to go and serve the lepers. So when they go there, what they find is that everybody had gone out for begging, because that is the day of their business. It's a very heavy business day.
Yes,
So
yes.
everybody
Many
had
people
gone
are
out
traveling
for
and using.
begging,
Yeah.
except for this one person who was so ill that he could not walk out and go out. So Baba said, never mind, I will, as a representative of the entire leprosy, as I said, micro, macro, Baba said, I will bathe him. And you can see Baba bathing this leper and Gadge Maharaj standing behind and helping him, helping Baba by pouring water over the body of that leper. So that is the story of
Very
Gadge Maharaj. And then Gadge Maharaj says, now I want to leave everything. I want to come and stay with you.
wow.
मैं आपका झाड़ू करेगा. He's known for doing jharu. I'll do all the sweeping. I don't, my needs are very frugal. You just give me a bhakri and chutney and I will just be with you. Please take me with you. I want to stay with you. So Baba smiled and said, yes, soon I will call you to me. Soon I will call you to me to stay forever. And soon after that, Gadge Maharaj dropped his body.
Yeah,
So actually, he's calling him to stay forever. And
Yeah.
Baba, there were very only few genuine saints which Baba named them, and one of them was Gadge Maharaj.
very beautiful.
And they are
story.
genuine, because
Very-
Baba would go during the new life and thousands of sadhus and sants and all that, Swamijis and all that. And Baba would, now this is the sign for 7. Baba says in that 7,000, only 7 are genuinely in spirituality. Baki all sub, that way. So
સાધુ હોય ત્યાં ભૂખા પેલા કે ભૂખારા ભૂખે નહીં મરે. Yeah.
right.
Where there is sadhu, there is no hungry dhutara, because if you know the truth, then only non-truth can exist. Like
Correct.
the fake bills of 700 or 300 rupees is not in the market, because there is no real 700 or 300 bill. Only for the real things like Baba, Avatar, that this kind of fake gurus or masters will come. And
Good.
that is the reason why we are working through Soul Satsang to try to bring the real master story, to try to bring the real stories. What we are learning here is amazing thing. And I want to warn certain people that in the name of faith, do not lose your consciousness. In the name of faith, do not lose your reality, because if you are with the wrong people or wrong company, in the name of dharma or religion, you will be distracted in the wrong direction, away from your own soul. Here we are seeing and hearing the story of masters across the religion. Here we are seeing the story of a young boy named Cyrus Ji, who heard his inner voice that I want to do this, I want to walk on this path, and he walked out of his inherited religion. His father himself was a priest in Zoroastrian faith, and he listened to his inner voice, and today where he is and what light he is bringing to us, we have to listen to this kind of truthful story, real stories, and so much truth we are learning from each and every master. Today everybody in the world knows Shirdi Sai Baba, but why Shirdi Sai Baba call Meher Baba Parwardigar? the avatar of Vishnu. Okay, why Garge Maharaj says
15.
today Sakshat Vishnu is here, Sakshat
Jagat
Vithoba
Guru.
is here.
Jagat Guru.
Vithoba.
Yeah, Jagat Guru. So don't get carried away by the terms like this Maharaj, this Jagat Guru, this, that. Here, the energy itself is speaking. If you understand the vibration, you cannot lie to yourself. You can feel the vibration even after so many years. When we are reading the books, when we are hearing the prayers, when we are hearing the arti, the same vibrations of the consciousness you can feel. I feel throughout this 1 month of our interaction with Cyrus ji and Soumya ji, so much energy and bliss you can experience through the story of Avatar Meher Baba. That proves to us that Avatar Meher Baba is alive and sitting with us in this conversation today, and tomorrow you are going to feel the same thing. Let's watch one small video before we conclude today's session.
Yeah,
I
sure.
want our audience to go to Meherabad and connect with Baba's ashram. Let's watch that.
Jai Baba.
Please keep the volume on. We are not able to hear it.
That's a chupri there.
So if somebody is interested in visiting the ashram, go to ambppct.org and you will be able to find more information to contact and to learn about this ashram, this place to connect with Baba's energy, Baba's blessing, Baba's Chaitanya. And before you do the concluding prayer, there is one question that remained in the heart and mind of people. People saw a very beautiful picture of Baba several times in a unique kamli, that what we call kamli. And
Kamli coat.
yeah, kamli coat and Baba's sandals. So if you can share one story, this is the bonus that is called cherry on the
Sure,
cake.
sure, sure. Okay, okay. Get the photograph on the
थोड़ा
screen.
ग्रेडिट हो गया है हम लोग,
Yeah,
तो
no,
आपसे
that's
कुछ
I know,
ज्यादा
I know,
मांग रहे हैं.
I know, I know. Kamli actually is a coarse wool which the poor farmers and the shepherds, they use it to cover themselves. Now this coat, Kamli coat, was gifted to Meher Baba in 1921 by Yashwant Rao, who was Upasni Maharaj's very close disciple. And this coat Baba wore continuously for several years. He would not take it out, even in the heat, summer heat. And this itself is so warm and so coarse that way. And Baba said, I have done so much of work in this Kamli coat, that now the Kamli coat will continue to do the rest of the work. It was torn at so many places, and you can see that the patches are more than the original kapra, the original cloth. And this Kamli coat is now housed hermetically, in a sense that it has been sealed, airtight and all that, in the museum in Upper Meherabad. And
Right.
Baba had said that this Kamli coat should never leave the shores of India. So that is the Kamli coat. Again, what we are talking is only something external. Internally, what Baba did, we do not know about the Kamli coat. What
And, and,
internal
the,
work Baba has done, we do not know.
and the
Now,
sandals,
coming to sandals, again,
He's
these
saying
are the.
something.
Sorry?
Kayu.
Sorry, you were saying something?
sandals, we want to know the story
Yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah. These sandals were again gifted by Gulmai, the same lady who gifted Baba the Mehrabad property, but they were built by
They're
Kanoba,
made.
sorry?
They're stitched by.
They were stitched. They were stitched by a cobbler by the name of Kanoba uh, 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 Gadekar, Kanoba Gadekar. Now, Kanoba Gadekar is the father of uh,
Ramchandra. No. Ramchandra Gadekar.
Ramchandra, I tend to forget the name.
Uh,
Ramchandra Gadekar,
Yeah.
who was a teacher in Baba's school in the 20s, and his son Digambar Gadekar is still alive. He is in Pune. He should be in the age group of 90 or something. And he was a dean of a university. And Dr. Digambar Gadekar. So Dr. Gadekar's grandfather, or Ramchandra Gadekar's father, stitched this sandal, and Gulmai presented it to Meher Baba in the year 1922. I think it was in Manzile Meme that the gift was given. And Baba, same thing. Baba would wear it and would not leave it for a long, long, long time. If it were to break, it would get it mended as soon as possible and again brought back to Baba and used. Again, this sandal also is preserved as a very sacred heritage of Meher Baba, and it is kept in the museum at Upper Meherabad. So that is the story, external story, as I say,
Right,
of
right.
these two items which have been given a lot of importance by Baba and the Baba lovers. And
One more thing. One
internally,
more thing.
what work Baba, he would not remove these sandals wherever he went in India for several years. He would keep on using only these sandals and this particular Kamli coat.
Wow. Can we go on the next slide where you have this photo of Baba? This is
Okay,
a very
okay,
unique
okay.
photo. This is very unique photo.
Okay, right, right. Now, this is taken in a studio. In those days, these studios had these backdrops. So, and Baba had once said, I am in this photo, like that. I am in this photo, and then many people feel in Parsi especially, they call it Muskeli Ashan. So whenever there is any difficulty, they would pray to this photo, and it is supposed to help people with problems. Baba would solve the problem. Now a copy of this photo was in Gaimai, Iraj Karadia's
Jassawala.
mother.
Iraj Jassawala.
Iraj Jassawala. Sorry. Iraj Jassawala's mother, Gaimai's home. And one day, Dr. C.D. Deshmukh, who was also a Baba lover, he liked this photo very much. And he requested that she give him the photograph. And that I think C.D. Deshmukh said that I will take a copy and return it later on. And it was given to C.D. Deshmukh. Immediately the next day, a telegram is received from Baba to Gaimai saying, "Why did you drive me out of your home?" And she could not understand what is the meaning of drive me out of the home. Then she realized that maybe Baba is meaning this photograph which I had gifted. Immediately Baba said, "No, bring it back to your home." And then she informed Dr. Deshmukh, "Ki Baba, this is the thing." And he promptly returned that photograph to Gaimai. So that is, of course, the write-up is there as he really is. Because Baba said, this is how I am really, this is how I really am. And at one place, Baba did say that I am in this photograph. So for certain photographs, Baba did say, and even if God had a face, it would be like this. So that's another photograph. And then one of Baba's favorite photograph of his own father, Sheriyar Ji. I don't think I have Sheriyar Ji's book over here. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring. So that Baba would pass such observations regarding certain photographs of his and of his parents. It's like that.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. I want to bring to the attention of our audience and Baba lovers that you want to think why this photo is named as Baba by Baba as my photo. I'm here. He is existing. He's living there because this is a living energy kind of photo. This photo speaks to you. This photo can remove obstacles in your life. That is why it is called Muskil Asan, meaning that removing the hurdles of your life, removing the obstacles in your life. Okay, so that is one thing. I have experienced something like this in my own life when my master has given certain things of his own use, like this wooden sandal, and I have kept it with me because through that wooden sandal he was working throughout the continent of America. So sometimes we don't understand the value of our master's words or what is the hidden meaning that he is saying, but it has the purpose. Otherwise, Gaimai will not know. How come Baba is so away from her? And as soon as this photo moved from her house, Baba is sending the telegram that why you drive me away. Dr. Deshmukh drove this photo away from Gaimai's house to somewhere else. Baba felt the energy that my photo has moved, my energy has moved from that location to another location. This is what we want to understand. We are not able to understand the energy level and the significance of certain things that is touched or given by master to us. It is the reason for us to understand the heritage what Baba has given to us. It is the reason for us to understand so much information that we received from Soumya ji and Cyrus ji today and tomorrow also we are going to get, that we should treasure it, we should use it for our spiritual progress, and we should pass it down to next generation the way we are trying to get it through Soul Satsang channel to the rest of the world. Okay, so now I pass it to your hand. You can do the concluding prayer, but I took away everything that I wanted to get from you before you go to bed.
Which one?
Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
Okay, 1 minute. Huh?
When was it given?
The prayer of repentance, there is a prelude to the prayer of repentance, which was given out in 1951, but was not recited publicly till 1952, November 8th. So now this prelude,
He's saying
sorry,
beloved God prayer.
So now this prelude is what Baba is saying, which is never said when we do the prayers at the Samadhi every day.
Uh-huh.
There is a Aarti and prayer at 7 in the morning and 7. But I'll just read out this prelude, which is according to me very, very powerful and very beautiful. And Baba is participating in that prayer.
Just want to share with my team. You are sharing the prelude for the prayer of repentance, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. We have a slide for the prayer of repentance while you are reading the prelude.
This is the prayer of repentance which Soumya will say.
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
saying the prelude which is
Yes,
not
yes.
given to you. If you
Yeah.
want, I can give you later on. Yeah.
No, that is fine.
Okay.
If we want to keep the prayer on the screen so people can connect with it, you know?
That is when she is saying.
Okay,
Right.
no problem.
Okay, now the prelude goes like this. O Param Krupalu Paramatma, Rahem ul Rahem Allah, most merciful God Almighty, Baksha Yasgar Yazdan, Tari Sampurna Swatantrano Havalo Laine, Baba, Atyant Ajiji Sat, પોતાને માટે પોતાના ચાહનાર માટે અને માફીને પાત્ર લોકોને માટે નીચલો પશ્ચાતાપ પ્રદર્શિત કરે છે તે તું સ્વીકારજે. That is the prelude.
Very beautiful.
And now, no, you want me to read this? Okay, she wants me to read the English version. Okay. At 8:45 a.m. on 2nd of May 1953 at Dehradun, Baba dictated in Gujarati a prelude to the prayer of repentance. O eternally benevolent Paramatma, O all merciful Allah, O most merciful God Almighty, Yazdan, the bestower, knowing that you are so absolutely independent, I have taken hold of your independence and I am approaching you, I, Baba, with absolute humility on my behalf and on behalf of all who love me and on behalf of all worthy penitents. I wish to express my repentance. Please accept what I now say on behalf of all.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
We repent, O God, most merciful, for all our sins, for every thought that was false or unjust or unclean, for every word spoken that ought not to have been spoken, for every deed done that ought not to have been done. We repent for every deed and word and thought inspired by selfishness, and for every deed and word and thought inspired by hatred. We repent most specially for every lustful thought and every lustful action, for every lie, for all hypocrisy, for every promise given but not fulfilled, and for all slander and backbiting. Most specially also, we repent for every action that has brought ruin to others, for every word and deed that has given others pain, and for every wish that pain should befall others. In your unbounded mercy, we ask you to forgive us, O God, for all these sins committed by us, and to forgive us for our constant failures to think and speak and act according to your will. Jai Baba.
Avatar Meher Baba ki Jai.
Wow. I think એકદમ દિલ ખુશ થઈ ગયું, પેટ ભરાઈ ગયું એમ લાગે છે. બાબાએ એટલું બધું આપ્યું આજે તો મજા આવી ગઈ. I really,
Thank you,
really
Baba.
want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. All our viewers, Baba lovers, and Soul Satsang team, we want to thank you for spending so much time. And even though we had all kind of challenges, I think Baba destined that this
Baba.
time and this place and this is the way it will be conveyed to all of us. So we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Avatar Meher Baba ki.
Meher Baba ki Jai. And we would like to thank you as well as your entire team for the research that you have done. And also two more people. One is Monica for offering her home to us because we did not have the Wi-Fi data. It had just crashed. And also our very dear
Naman.
friend Naman for
Yes.
taking the time out and being with us and guiding us in seeing that this becomes a successful venture.
I
Thank
want
you,
Thank you,
everybody,
Baba.
and thank you, Baba. Avatar
Meher
Meher Baba
Baba
ki
ki
jai.
jai.
Thank you.
special thanks to Harsh for the guest appearance in supporting.
Yes, Harsh.
Hey,
Harsh.
okay.
Thank you, Harsh.
Good.
Yes.
Okay,
Jai
sir.
Baba.
Kale malsu.
Kale malsu.
Good night.
Jai Baba.
Thank
Jai
you.
Baba.
Jai
Khuda Hafiz.
Oh,
Khuda
Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz.
Tomorrow we are going to learn more about what is Khuda Hafiz.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chalo. Jai Baba. Jai
Jai
Baba.